Archie, where are you looking again? His wife shouted at him. Sidey, just waving his hand at her, there were young girls on the road whom grandfather liked to look at. Oh, and you'll wait. She only sighed and went behind the stove. Stop talking and put the tea on, Archie grumbled. I'll put it on. But what are you doing? All my life with you. Maria couldn't stand the way her husband behaved. Sometimes she was ashamed, especially when she was young. She had to blush for him. Lie down. Maria heard him. She quickly lay down on the ground and covered her head with her hands. Immediately, there was an explosion. Clods of earth flew at her. It was impossible to lie down for long. It was necessary to move forward, and suddenly the wounded, they need her help. Alive. She crawled on the ground and turned over the Red Army soldiers. Some were just concussed, squinting, unable to open their eyes. Another was rolling over in the trench. Nurse. Suddenly there was a quiet cry. Yes, sweetie, I'm here. She crawled up to him. What have I got? His face and hands were covered in blood. Now, the doctor will take a look. Everything will be all right. She grabbed him by his jacket and dragged him along the ground. The soldier himself helped her with his legs. It was dangerous to get up. They crawled only 5 meters, and the girl was already exhausted, but she would never show it. She had to take the wounded man to the infirmary, which was located here on the battlefield. Maria lived with her parents. She had just finished school. Everything was good. It seemed that only a bright future lay ahead. What do you plan to do? Her mother asked her. I don't know, enrolled in a nursing course. The girl was smiling. Good, that will always come in handy in life, her father praised her. They were all sitting at the table together when the radio announced that war had broken out. How is it? The girl looked at her parents with frightened eyes. Which was to be expected, the man sighed. Everyone had been preparing for this for a long time. Yes, it was unexpected, but many were talking about war. There was nothing left to do. The man knew that soon he would receive a summons and would have to go to the front. Yes, how will we be here without you? My wife began to wail. Honey, don't cry. I think that not only me, when the summons comes, no man will stay at home. Everyone will go to defend their homeland, hugged her husband. And I'll go. Maria got up from the chair. Where are you going? You're not old enough yet, laughed her father. Why everyone goes and I cannot? The girl realized that after the course, where she will learn how to provide first aid, she will definitely be useful to her country. Well, sit down for now. No one has not yet come and did not call you anywhere, her mother told her and patted her on the back. Maria went to her room. It was scary. It was one thing to talk about the war, and another when it all happened in reality. The girl imagined that now simple young boys, who have not smelled gunpowder yet, will be taken to the place where they will have to die. When the girl came to the course today, she saw that everyone already knew and prepared to help. Comrades, the instructor who was supposed to teach them about medicine addressed them. Instead of several months of training, we will only have one. The crowd began to whisper, and what will happen then? Shouted one of the young men. You'll probably be taken to the front lines if there are no disabilities of any mutilation, the man replied. What about you? He asked the man defiantly. I too will not be left out. As soon as this wave reaches us, I too will be in the ranks of the Red Army. Young men and girls from that day began to learn medical skill. But if the girls were specifically taught to make bandages, clamp wounds, apply splints, and other things that will be useful to them at the front. The boys were taught practically nothing, only how to help themselves. Not even 2 weeks passed, the summonses came. They came to every house where there was a man, a young man. Girls were not obliged to go to the front, but they could do it voluntarily. Maria decided that as soon as she finished the course, she would immediately go where she was needed most. Maybe first to a hospital, her mother asked her. Here, if they don't take me to the front, I'll definitely go there. The girl packed her things. Archie, cried her mother. She did not understand what a young girl to do there on the front line. But at the same moment, she knew that no one would be left out of this damn war. It will touch every family. Mommy, do not cry. Everything will be fine. The girl believed in it. Because such young, optimistic, and happy people cannot just die like that. Oh my girl, they hugged each other. Maria was waiting for the deadline to come to the military enlistment office. She was delaying because there was nowhere for the apple to fall. All the boys wanted to be there. Some ruled their age, some just waited. Are you sure you want to go there? The man in the uniform raised his eyes to the girl, who was a little taller than his desk. Of course, she wouldn't have come at all otherwise. She spoke clearly and sonorously. Good, he noted her courses in medicine. That was it. Now Maria was going to where the fighting was. She was both looking forward to it and dreading it at the same time. As they rode in the truck, it seemed to be business as usual, quiet, no war. The girls were brought to some kind of training ground. What are we going to do here? One of them asked. A small exercise, the other, who was older, reassured her. What exercises? That I'm there. My head will not bandage, laughed another. Talkers, they heard a man's voice. Everyone stood still. Now it would not have occurred to anyone to laugh or talk. It was hard. The girls were running, carrying machine guns and heavy bales. These imitated a soldier with his weapons, who would have to be carried from the battlefield. In the evening, all the girls, both older and younger, sat so tired that they could not even lift a hand. Even a spoonful of porridge was heavy. On top of all this, the girls were taught to shoot. A little time passed, and Maria and her friends were ready to go to the front. The girls were put in the car. They talked, laughed. Each did not want to show that she was scared. Maria, who do you have left at home? They asked. Mom, she answered sadly. The girl knew that she would have to stay at home for a reason. She would have to go to the factory. She would get up and go. And I have no one, cried one of the girls. Suddenly, something buzzed above their heads. The car swerved to the right, but it was too late. There was a terrible explosion. One was wounded. The other was thrown aside. Many who remained in the back, they were no longer alive. Maria lay in the bushes. Her ears were ringing. She wanted to see where everyone else was, but she couldn't. Then she closed her eyes and pressed herself to the ground. Somewhere in the distance, something was rumbling, rattling, but to Maria, it was all just a rumble. She lay like that until it was dark. When it was dark and everything was quiet, the girl got up and looked around. Her head was still a little noisy, but her eyes could see normally. Is there someone here? Maria whispered, but no one answered her. She walked forward, all the time hiding behind bushes. In front of the girl saw a wooded area. She decided that it would be easier to move there. She hid behind a tree to look around and then went on. When it started to get light, the girl went into a thick shrubbery. There she sat down, decided to take a nap. Maria, wake up, she heard through her sleep. Who's there? She opened her eyes sharply. But there was no one around, but there were voices somewhere. Maria looked closely, saw that they were Germans, and ran in the opposite direction. Then there was an open space where she had to crawl almost all the time. She didn't know exactly, but it was about 4 days later when she saw wooden log cabins that only came out of the ground a little bit. She realized that this was where ours were, and she rushed over there. There was no strength at all, but she managed. Stop, who's coming? They stopped her as soon as she came into sight. I'm my own Maria. I need to go to the chief, she almost cried. Who's your own? 2 soldiers laughed. But the girl was not to laugh. She fell to her knees from helplessness. The boys picked her up and dragged her to the dugout. There Mary was put on a bench which stood here. At the table sat a man in military uniform and looked at her spitefully. Well, and who are you? Where are you from? Why are you dressed like that? He looked at her without looking away. The girl pulled out of her pocket all the documents she had, put them on the table. What are these? He nodded at them. A Komsomol card, proof that I took a medical course, she began to enumerate. How? He raised his voice. We went, and there was a bombing, scattered, and here I am. Through the woods and fields, straight to you, she began to tell confusedly. At that moment, the man was looking through the papers on the table. I see, we need to sort it out. He stood up. The girl also rose to her feet. She walked over to the table, picked up a pencil, and started drawing on the paper. There she finished, all the while the military man stood behind her and watched. What is it? He did not understand among the squares and dots that Maria had drawn. This is a village. This is an open space. Here is a forest, she began to explain. The dots are guns, and the squares are tanks. And you memorized all this? He squinted. Yes, she nodded. Okay, I'll take you to my location, but watch for me, he wagged his finger. Thank you, and she slumped senseless. Maria was carried away, put on a bed. When she came to her senses, she was fed and given water. Can you get up? A young girl who was next to her asked her. Yes, Maria said confidently. She started to get up. She felt a little dizzy, but she stood for a while and it went away. After that, the girl was ready to go into battle, well, of course, her own. The soldiers immediately noticed this little skirted girl. She was here and there, managed to do everything and everywhere. Praise, the senior soldier said to her. Thank you, I'm not trying for myself, but for the country. Maria was so proud of herself when she managed to drag the wounded to the tent with the medics. Sometimes they had to be knee-deep in clay and mud, but Maria couldn't leave anyone there in the field to die. She had to cover herself. She had to carry a huge man and his weapons. Once on the battlefield, she was shot in the leg. Her body was so sore that she almost broke her teeth when she clenched them to keep from screaming. How are you? The surgeon asked her when she was in the tent. Fine, Maria had already given herself a tight bandage. She laid down on the bed to close her eyes for just a moment. Their tent moved around a lot. The girl never once regretted coming here. And now today it was battle again, explosions all around, and she was dragging this poor guy on her back. She felt that he was helping her, but it didn't make it any easier. She was also afraid that he was seriously wounded, and with these movements he would only make himself worse. Help! She saw two men who were very close by. They rushed over, picked the guy up in their arms and carried him into the tent, then came back for Maria. She was covered in blood, but not her own. Maria went up to the surgeon, asked if she needed anything. He just nodded his head for her to move away. The girl herself did not understand what was happening to her. There were so many people like him. She never paid attention to anyone, but here, it's like some kind of attack. She hadn't even seen his face, but she could feel it in her heart. Can I sit with him? She asked when the fighter was moved to the bed. Please, the doctor answered. He had no time to think about it. Maria sat by the bedside, stroking the young man's head where the bandage was. She left when she had to, but she spent almost all of her free time with the man she had brought here. Who are you? She dozed off and heard his voice. Maria, she opened her eyes and looked at the guy who had come to his senses. And I'm Archie. He wanted to smile, but he didn't do it well. Hello, she looked so tenderly into his blue eyes. Were you the one who got me out of there? He asked the girl. Yes, she wanted to pet him again, but this time she didn't dare. Thank you. He closed his eyes. Maria went for water, brought it to give to the fighter. Here, sweetie, drink it. It'll make you feel better. She tilted the iron mug. What are you babysitting me, Run? You probably need it. He took a sip and did not open his eyes. All quiet for now, she said. Archie was on the mend. He could already sit up on the bed. Maria was helping him with everything. And what now? I'll get on my feet. Will you go out with me? Smiled the guy. What date? The war is around, she grumbled at him. So what? You're so brave. We won't lose. He winked at her. Come on, stop joking. Let's go for a walk. She gave him her hand. In a couple of weeks, Archie was as fit as a horse, though he still had a bandage on his head. Shall we go for a walk? He gave her an elbow. Let's go. The girl grinned. They walked a little way to where the ropes with underwear and bandages were stretched. Maria was taking everything off. He was helping her. I'm probably going to be discharged, he said sadly. And what? You'll go home? There are not enough men's hands, she told him. Where are you from? Archie asked the girl. If I tell you, will you come back after the war? She asked. Yes, he nodded. Only then the girl told him where she had lived before with her parents. Why are you so sad? The guy noticed it. I remembered about Mom and Dad, she honestly admitted. There was no news from them. Nothing. The victory is coming soon. We'll come home. We'll live like before, Archie told her confidently. How do you know? She stared at him. I know that our people cannot be broken. He clenched his hand into a fist. It was 44. It had been so long since the beginning. So many people were just despairing, doubting that victory would really come. Maria, what are you with him? A young nurse came up to her. Why? The girl didn't understand the question. Yes, you know, he is still that walker. Not a single skirt will not miss. said to her that whispered, "I have not seen, I do not know." She turned away from the girl. She saw Archie looking at other girls, but she didn't say anything. They were just chatting. "What are we whispering about?" He came up to them. "About you," Maria said, and looked at him with a look that made him sit up. "What about me?" He was having fun. "That you are a woman hunter." Maria shook another bandage and hung it on the rope. "Don't listen, they're talking." He furrowed his eyebrows and made a serious look. "Oh, that's it. Go already." She didn't want to, but she saw the way the others were looking at them. She didn't want anyone talking about them. Time passed. The young people socialized. He would come in the evening, whistle. She would come out. Archie would grab her by the arm and drag her to the nearest shelter, and there he would start kissing her. "My darling," he whispered to her. "Archie, don't," he said, and she gasped for breath. "Maria, I'm leaving tomorrow," he told her and looked into her eyes. "But I promise I'll be there." And kisses again. "How? Where to?" She tried to push him away so she could talk calmly. "I don't know. Maybe they'll send me home." He breathed heavily. "Will you come?" She squinted her eyes, as if to remind him what they were talking about. "I'll come. I'll definitely come." He pulled her against him. "I'll be waiting." Her head was on his chest. That evening, she ran off to her place and the guy remained standing where they had just been. The next day, she wanted to get up early to see her Archie off, but she didn't have time. One errand another, when she ran out, they were gone. "Don't feel bad. You didn't lose anything." The same girl came up to her. "Fuck you." She didn't look at her. Maria continued to serve, but never forgot about Archie. What a fool. Why didn't she ask where he lived? She reproached herself, but now it was too late to think about it. Maria had been through practically the whole war. In winter, she was wounded, a month in a hospital bed, and then home. "No, I don't want to," she cried, but no one would listen to her. She had done a lot for the front, for the victory, and now, with a serious wound, she had to go home. But what about here? She realized that she would no longer be able to fight as selflessly as before. "Archie, we can manage here without you, and you should go home, get married, have children," said an old woman who also took care of the sick. Maria was sad. She did not want to go anywhere. She got into the car and drove to where she thought her mom was waiting. When she got there and saw the area where they used to live, it got bad. Almost no houses were left. The girl saw in the distance that the hut of grandfather Ivan was not touched, rushed there, then stopped. Why was he not touched? But after Maria saw that many other houses were broken but standing. "Grandpa Evan, what happened here?" She ran into his hut. "Oh, Maria." "Don't ask." He was lying on the bed by the stove. "And mother?" She looked at him with big eyes. "Go to Julia. She will tell you everything," he coughed. The girl ran out of the old man's house and ran to the house of the one who had been close to her since childhood. "Hello." She ran into the porch. The doors were open. Aunt Julia was sitting on a stool near the table. She was looking at one point. Her head was completely gray. "Hello, Maria," she said in a lifeless voice. "What happened?" The girl sat down beside her. "Igor," she showed what she held in her hands. It turned out to be a funeral. Aunt Julia told me afterwards that it was the third. She only had 3 sons, so the war took all 3 of them. "Excuse me, where's Mom?" Maria couldn't help herself. There, she waved her hand behind her back. Maria went inside the house. There was a woman lying on the bed. Yes, she looked remotely like Maria's mother, but the girl did not recognize her. "Mommy," she sat up to the bed. Maria came back. She raised her hand to stroke her daughter's cheek. Tears sprang from her eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Her daughter cried next. "It's okay." She wrinkled her nose. "I can see it's not." Maria pulled back the blanket to examine her mother. Her legs' arms were intact. Then what happened? She crouched down next to her again. "Daddy," the woman cried again. "Was it because of him that you brought yourself to this?" Maria asked. "I did not know it became bad. And that's all. Well, Julia came to visit and would have died there. In your place did not wait for you." The woman kept crying. Maria stopped crying. She wiped her tears, went back to Julia. Maria now realized that these 2 women needed her. So there is nothing to shed tears and longing. We need to live on. Soon the victory. Someone will return. someone we will never see again. That's life. The girl was only 19 years old, and she was already thinking like that. After that, she went to the place where they lived before the war. Yes, the house was damaged, but it could be cleaned up. Archie would come and we'd fix it up, she said aloud. The girl was determined. She had a lot of work to do. She had to get her mother back on her feet and make sure Aunt Julia didn't get sick. Maria started the household. She washed and laundered everything. Then she took care of her mother. She knew how to do massages. Then she went home and took some herbs that they always had drying in the barn. Her grandmother had taught her how to make potions. Aunt Julia, get up, Maria said every morning. It was not easy for her, but she had to do something to keep the two women alone and bedridden. The spring had been a stormy one. When everything began to bloom, many people began to talk about victory, and Maria believed that soon everything would fall into place. Her mother was already able to move a little. In the morning, she would sit on the bed and Maria would feed her porridge. Julia also cheered up, realizing that it was impossible to bury herself like that. And so May came, followed by the announcement of victory, our victory. People in every corner were celebrating this event. Why are you sitting there crying? A woman asked Maria. And what if he does not come? The girl cried. Who? The aunts became alarmed. Then Maria told them their story with Archie. They knew each other for nothing, the mother wondered. You know what he's like, Maria recalled dreamily. Now she waited for him every day, running to her house, in case he sent word or came, and she was not there. But Archie was still not there. What if he had married already? She looked at Julia as they sat at the table. When did he get married? She grinned. So he was to be discharged before I was. He came. And there are women hungry for men. So he found a wife, Maria assumed. Listen, do not make up, Aunt Julia, though she suffered for her sons, who were now lying somewhere on the battlefields, but already a little even began to joke. Well, I won't talk about him anymore. Marie was sad. The men gradually returned, some without an arm, some without a leg, but most of them looked healthy. The village began to rise. Houses were being put in order. Children began to run along the roads. Maria sat at the window. She looked at the green lawn near the house and dreamed. Isn't that beautiful girl waiting for me? Archie stood right in front of her. What? Maria was so deep in her thoughts, she didn't recognize him. You've forgotten, haven't you? He frowned his eyebrows, just like the other day. Archie, how did you find me? She almost fell out of the window, hugging him. I came where you said, and they sent me here, he smiled. God, alive, and I already thought. She ran outside the fence and began to kiss and hug him. Maria, I promised. How could I not keep my word? He lifted her off the ground. Let's go quickly. Probably hungry from the road, she called him into the house. There wasn't much food, but there was something to eat. The girl sat him down at the table. Aunt Julia came in and started asking questions. She waited. Maria smiled. I can already see that, the woman said resentfully. Archie, her mother called her from the room. What? She came running in. Can you help me? She held out her hands to her daughter. Sure enough, she helped her up, and with the help of the Beethoven and the girl, the woman made her way to the kitchen. Wow, Maria, you've got a fiancé, sat down on the bench. That's enough, the girl got embarrassed. All right, you can go to our house and get settled there, said the woman. And what about you? Maria stopped and looked at her. Well, you are not going to the end of the world, was happy for her daughter Mom. From that moment, Archie and Maria began to live together. He saw what needed to be fixed and immediately went to work. And then, when everything was more or less back to normal, Archie went to get a job. He could do a lot of things. We should get married because the neighbors are already talking, Maria told him. I will, he kissed her. Aunt Julia took her dress out of the closet, the one she was getting married in. Together with Maria's mother, they trimmed it here, sewed it there, added ruffles here, and it turned out very beautiful. Daughter, the dress is ready for you, the women said to her when she came to them. It's beautiful, it's yours, she looked at Julia. And now it will be yours, she hugged and kissed the girl. Thank you, Maria couldn't get enough of him. Although it was still hard in the village, but everyone was invited to the wedding. The villagers took everything they had out of their cellars and chests and set the table. Everyone raised a glass to the young couple. Grandpa Evans sat on a chair. He leaned on the gate and took a harmonica in his hands. It became fun. Then Aunt sang songs. The young people who stayed behind picked up. Maria was a happy bride. She looked at Archie and could not believe that she had saved her husband for herself. From that time, they began to live already as husband and wife. Time passed, and the village grew more and more prosperous. Archie was now working in the field on a combine harvester. Maria liked it very much. She went to the local nurse's station and worked part-time. Maria, you're that to Cindy yesterday came by, said to her grandmother Zena, who came for help. He was just hungry. Maybe he didn't listen to her. She was on her way home to talk to her husband. You're at it again. Not for nothing I was told that not a single skirt do not miss. She stood over him with a towel in his hands. Who are you listening to again? He was sitting at the table. Grandma Zina said that you were at Natchez. She confessed to him. Really? He made big eyes. And if I see or hear you again, you'll go back to where you came from. The girl didn't stop. She had a lot of courage. Archie, I only love you. He held out his hands to her. Yeah, she turned away, but did not cry, so as not to show weakness. 2 years after the wedding, Maria felt that she was expecting a child, made her husband happy with this news. He only smiled, was happy. At that time, Maria had helped on the field. There were not enough hands, and there was a lot to do. She lifted up a pitchfork with straw, and it was as if something tore in the bottom of her stomach. Ouch, she screamed. The women immediately realized what was happening and picked her up, but only just managed to bring her to the edge. What are you doing? Who does such things at this age? Shouted at her one of the older in the brigade. Petrovna, enough, we need rags, commanded Selena. Her mother used to be a midwife. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately took off their top skirts and covered the ground with them. That's when one of the combines stalled. Hey, have you fallen asleep? The men shouted. Oh, look, there's a girl giving birth, and Archie doesn't care about anything, just to look at someone's ass, said one of the women. Some laughed. Others watched the process. Some of them ran after Selena's mother, who was already old, but she knew her job, and Maria was lying there breathing heavily. Come on, disperse. They heard a squeaky voice. They looked around. Grandmother Gudia came. She sat down in front of the woman in labor and began to give commands. Soon a child's cry was heard over the field. Archie, you have a girl, the men shouted to the happy father. At that moment, Maria was loaded on a cart and was already being taken with the child to the place where she was working part-time. And what to do here? You have already done everything. The worker of the medical center waved her hands. Maria was happy for the second time in her life. She was holding the little baby she loved so much. Archie, come here, she called to her husband. What? He quietly came up behind her and put his arm around his wife. Together they watched their daughter sleeping in the crib. Let's have another one. She turned to him. Whatever you say, my love. He kissed her. There was no time to sit with the child. It was necessary to work, but Maria was dissuaded. They said that until spring you can and rest, and the daughter needs a mother's affection. She languished in idleness at home. Maria, one day the chairman came to see her. Yes, she didn't expect it. What happened? Your husband. He wagged his finger, took off his hat and sat down. What has he done again? Maria blushed. He was watching the milkmaids changing clothes. They saw him and squealed. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. Again sighed Maria. She had enough of such stories. When their men get together, they'll give your Archie a hard time. He stood up and headed for the door. I'll talk, she promised. And at that moment, little Leslie came into the kitchen. Her mother took her in her arms and cried. How happy she was with him. But this bad habit of his did not give her peace, in front of all the neighbors already ashamed. Were you crying? He came home. You can cry here? The chairman came. She looked at him. So what? I took one look. He didn't even hide it. What's wrong with me that you stare at them? She didn't understand. I can't tell you the answer to that. I just like it. That's all, he said. When Leslie was 2 years old, her mother was pregnant again. Now no one would let her go to work when her belly was already big. This time she gave birth with the help of all the same Babagudi, only in normal conditions. This time the couple had an hair berry. "Thank you, wife, you've done well," her husband hugged her. "Enough already," she jerked her shoulder. There was more work to do around the house. Maria asked Aunt Julia and her mother, who was staying with her, to look after Leslie while she took care of Barry. She should go to a nursery, the women said. But what kind of kindergarten in the village? Once there was a normal one, but after the war only ruins remained. In one hut, the former teacher organized a group, but how many people were in it? "As Selena says, so we'll lead it," Maria answered. She continued to work, just like her husband. "Maria, I'm going to kill your Archie." Mickey came up to her. He was Cindy's husband and Archie liked to visit her. "What again?" She sighed and blushed. "You shouldn't be hanging around other people's women." He showed his big fist. "I'm sorry he's a concussion, but he only comes in to eat, and if Cindy hadn't made him feel welcome, he wouldn't have come in. I warned you, the man was getting away from her." Maria couldn't take it anymore. When her husband came home from work, she suggested he move to the city. "Are you, mother, fallen out of your mind? How can we go there?" He looked at her dumbfounded. "Normal. You'll get a job at the factory. Hands are golden. I'm still at home with the baby," she said. "And where does this house?" He was puzzled. "We'll see. While we can go to my brother." She could not find anything else to say. "Well, look, you're fearless." He shook his head. "I can't listen to these complaints anymore. You'll be killed. And what? I'll be left alone with the kids." She stared at him without taking her eyes off him. "Okay, wait a bit, we'll move," Archie promised her. Maria waited, but her husband did nothing to make what she said come true, so she started to find out for herself. She went to Aunt Julia's house. "Hello," she entered the house. "And good day to you." The women greeted her. They had just gone to the bath and were sitting at the table. "Leslie, come in." She held Barry in her arms. "A bath?" Julia thought. "We can go to the baths," Maria said. She undressed the children and took two of them in at once. When they were all washed and drunk with tea, a serious conversation began. "Aunt Julia, don't you have a brother in town?" Maria asked. "You know I do," the woman wondered. Why the conversation? "How could I get Archie to live there? And then I would come with my children," she began from afar. "Listen, if he to the factory, he will be immediately allocated housing, especially family," as if she remembered. "Well, and if to your brother, at least for the first night," insisted Maria. "Of course, let him go. I don't think he will refuse." The woman was sure of it. "Well, thank you. Give me the address," asked the girl, and Julia immediately wrote it on a piece of paper. Maria gathered up the children and went home. She was walking past Cindy's house when her Archie came out of the gate. "What were you doing out there again?" she asked him, and it took him by surprise. "Jesus, you scared him." "What are you doing here?" He was holding his heart. "Went to see Julia." Answer the question. She stepped on him. "Archie, I was just passing by, and I saw Cindy making pies, so I thought I'd drop in." He justified himself. "Would it bother you if Mickey was here?" "Come on, let's go to your Cindy's house." She put her son in his father's arms and went to the gate. "Hello, neighbor." She opened the door. "Maria, how are you?" Cindy wasn't scared, just surprised. "I came to ask you why you feed other men's husbands pies," she said, putting her hands to her sides. "Yes, he comes himself, and why not treat?" And the woman waved her hands. "And what does your husband say to you about it?" "Archie promises to kill him." Maria looked at her. "What's Mickey got to do with it?" She looked at the guest. "What's that got to do with it?" "He's your husband," Maria wondered. "We're just having tea," she fussed in the kitchen. "Tell him that." She turned around and left the house. Her husband wasn't at the gate. He must have gone home with the children, and Maria went the same way. "What are you starting?" "You're embarrassing me for the whole village," Archie told her at home. "And you don't embarrass me. The village, 3 people. Everyone knows everything about each other. And he's getting on." She put the kettle on. "Okay, I promise I won't come round again," he promised her. Maria lay at night and thought, now they are in the village, she knows everything. And what will happen if they move to the city? No one would say anything to her, and her husband would go out with girls. She couldn't sleep. She kept tossing and turning from side to side. In the morning, she was very sleep deprived. Maria, get up, Archie said loudly. I hear you're up. She stretched and got out of bed. The children were still asleep, and she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. In the evening, she gave her husband the address of Julia's brother. She told him to go and see him over the weekend and find out everything. Mickey did. He agreed with his wife on everything. There's a shortage of hands at the factory. They'll hire you there today. Anthony met him. What about housing? That was Archie's biggest concern. You'll ask there, the man said. When the work week began, Archie had been in the human resources department since morning, waiting for his bosses to be free. As soon as the man walked in there, he stood up and walked over. Hello, and I'm here to see you for a job, mumbled Archie. Okay, write an application, said the man tiredly. And housing? Archie was as simple as 3 pennies. And with this, we need to think, stopped the boss. I have a family, children, added the newcomer. All right, let's go, called him into the office. They entered, sat down at the table, and then some papers were placed in front of Archie. What's this? He didn't understand. Look, I have an old house. If your hands grow from where you need, you'll do everything, you'll live or a hostel, raised his eyes boss. I agree on the house. Archie remembered how after the war he came to Marie. He had to remodel almost half the house. Nothing. How fast you are, the man told him. If you work like that, you won't be a laborer for long. Archie liked being noticed by the man who was hiring him. Now he would do anything to stay here. He had a week to move his family. How could it be so fast? Maria couldn't understand. She was hurriedly packing. And what to drag? Here you have a job, a place to live. Come and enjoy life, he said cheerfully. Maria went to her mother to tell her that they were leaving in the morning. She was only happy for her daughter. You just don't forget, come back, the woman said. I will, as soon as we get settled, and immediately promised her daughter. And what about my brother? Julia asked. And what will he be? Lives, works. Archie did not say much about him. That's how they said goodbye. In the morning, Archie, Maria, Leslie, and Barry were at the bus stop with big bales. Not there. Are you moving? One of the locals asked them, who was also going somewhere. Yeah, to the city. I got a job there, Archie said. That's good, the woman nodded. They didn't talk again. When they got there, they were all tired. What a wreck. Maria looked at the house. It'll be fine, her husband promised her. We'll see, she sighed, realizing that there was a lot of work to be done. Until the weekend, the new owners were doing something, sweeping, washing, slapping. Archie was outside pounding something. His wife didn't say anything to him. She looked out into the yard to call him for lunch and saw him stuck to the fence. What did you see again? She came up to him. Nothing, I'm just looking at the neighbor's property, he said. Maria looked, and there is a neighbor working. Ah, and how is it in their vegetable garden? She asked her husband. He blushed. Well, that's how it is. He waved his hands. She took his hand and they went into the house together. And since Monday, her husband went to work. Maria stayed at home for the time being. She knew that here, unlike in the village, there were kindergartens, so she went there. Leslie was accepted at once, but there was no place for Barry. But she was promised a place as soon as possible. Oh, Archie, I feel sick again. Maria woke up in the morning feeling dizzy. The third? He guessed. She must have gone outside. Should have gone to the hospital, but there was no time for that. When her mother went to pick up Leslie at daycare that evening, she was told she could bring Barry too. That was happy news. Now the woman could go about her business without the distraction of the children. Well, how are you doing? Asked after work happy father of the family. Bad, wrinkled wife. The third pregnancy was very difficult. If the first two, she did not even notice that in her body something is happening, but now there was no such thing. Understandably, he sat down at the table to eat dinner. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yes, shouted Archie from his seat. A pretty woman entered the house. Hello, my name's Kathy. I'm your neighbor. I saw you coming a long time ago, but we've never met, she said and took off her shoes. Do you know how to make pies? Maria didn't know what had gotten into her. What's that got to do with it? She looked at her. No, it's just that my husband doesn't eat mine. He likes to bake from neighbors. His wife turned to him. Oh, what are you talking about? Katie was embarrassed. Maria realized that all this is not for nothing. And do you live alone or with your husband? Maria felt bad. but she pulled herself together. My husband went missing in action in '44, the woman said. I'm sorry, Maria realized she was being tactless. It's all right, smiled the neighbor. She went to the table and put a pot on it. What's that? Archie sniffed. Here, I made dumplings. I wanted to treat the neighbors, she said cheerfully. So come to us more often with treats so that Archie does not run to you, said Maria. All right, then we'll be friends. She sat down at the table. No one else nudged anyone else. Everyone sat in a friendly manner. Even the children from the room came in. You have a lovely family. Katie said goodbye to them. Thank you, come on in, Maria said good-naturedly. When the neighbor left, the wife looked at her husband. What? He turned to her. Did you like it? Maria smiled. No, he averted his eyes. Archie, she showed him a fist. I figured it out a long time ago, he said guiltily. I hope so. His wife got up and went to the children. It was so bad she couldn't breathe properly. A month later, it all started. Archie, Maria screamed. The man rushed to her. What to do? We need to go to the hospital, but how? Then the man ran to Katie. She said she would help. They entered the house, took Maria under the arms, and led. Every step was difficult. Why didn't you say something before? Archie was breathing hard. When I dragged you to the field, it was all right, she said, gritting her teeth and enduring the pain. At this point, Kathy looked at Archie. She didn't know their story, so she was very surprised. I'll tell you later. He realized what his neighbor was thinking right now. Good, she was having a hard time too. But lo and behold, the building where they were going showed up, and in that moment, it was as if the strength had been added. Maria was put on a stretcher and carried away. And you, Daddy, come back tomorrow. The woman in the white coat closed the door in front of the man. Okay, he said, and he and Katie walked back home. So what was the story? She couldn't wait to find out, and Archie told her straight out about meeting Maria. That's how it was, he said. After that, you should carry her in your arms. Katie was amazed. I am, Archie said. This time, the family had a girl again named Angelica. The mother was happy. There would be helpers in the house. But Archie was a little gloomy. He wanted a son. But nothing, if it works out, you'll have a son, Maria reassured him. Time passed, the children grew up, and Angelica went to kindergarten. Leslie went to school, and Maria wanted to go to work. When she finally got a job, she was like a chain. She got a job at the same factory as her husband, only not in the shop, but in the administration itself. If she was told to do something, she quickly grabbed the job, and after a while it was already done. Well, Maria, you're a valuable person, praised Maddie, who was here with her. Just stayed home a long time, did nothing, missed you. She was telling the truth. What do you mean you haven't done anything? What about the kids? What about the house? It's all routine, Maria smiled. I see, and with your husband, how is it with you? Maddie sat down next to her. And why do you ask? Maria tensed. Just, you don't think anything. She immediately perked up. It's fine, she answered her question. Good, Maddie went to her seat. Then she said that there were more things to do and left the office. Maria sat there thinking that Archie might have messed up here as well. She wondered who to ask, but she never came to any conclusion. And in the evening, she had to go to the garden, pick up the children, after that help Leslie with her studies, and cook dinner. But it was all to Marie's satisfaction. Where were you so long? She asked her husband, who arrived 3 hours after her. When the men sat down, he came up to his wife. She heard a smell from him. What are you doing? She made big eyes. Yes, they could get together at the table and drink a little, but to have it like this in the middle of the week, it was impermissible. Now the woman was also afraid of what her colleagues or neighbors would say to her. What's the big deal? A little relaxed, he answered her. Go to bed, Maria told him menacingly. In the morning, when she came to work, the whole factory was already judging about yesterday's situation. Maria, did you hear that? Maddie came over to her again. About what? The woman was afraid to hear it. What did the men do last night? She was ready to tell, but she saw that Maria was not very interested. What was it? She couldn't sit there and take Maddie's stare. They got together after work in the locker room, got drunk, and then went after the women in their shop to peep, she said, and put her hand over her mouth. Jesus, here we go again, she blushed. What? Yours was there too? Maddie was blushing now. You didn't know. Maria looked away, thinking that Archie was the one who'd gotten everyone to do it. Sorry, Maddie left the office. Yeah, go pick up more gossip, Maria told her. She didn't know how to look people in the eye at the gatehouse. Even though she didn't know who the women were, she felt like they were all looking at her, so she looked away. Archie, she couldn't stand it when he was home. What did I do? I just looked. He couldn't understand. Disgraced yourself and dragged me along with you. I can't look people in the eye now, she answered him. What did we see there? He started to eat what his wife gave him. And on the weekend, Maria went to her neighbor's house to distract herself and talk. How's it going? She'd set the table. Why did you come alone? I didn't want Archie to come, Maria admitted honestly. Are you in some kind of trouble? Katie guessed. Yeah, he's in trouble and has been for a long time, she shook her head. And what is it, if it's not a secret? The neighbor became curious. You see, he has some kind of mania. He likes to peep. Maria did not raise her eyes because she was ashamed. What's the big deal? Lots of people like to read letters and peek in windows, sat down across from her Katie. He only peeps on women, Maria admitted then. Well, that's not nice, she blushed. Why? Maria didn't understand her embarrassment. Yes, I just thought, sometimes from the bathhouse I go in one shirt, and if he looks uncomfortable as it is, she blushed even more. I told him, peep after me, even when I go to the bath. I leave the window not curtained. But no, he said, not interesting. She again stared at the table. So here with permission and they're not, laughed Katie. They talked some more and Maria went home. The kids were waiting there. After she talked to her neighbor, it felt a little better. Archie was in the kitchen waiting for her. Why are you sitting here? My wife was surprised. No reason, he smiled. Talk, she realized. Everything was for a reason. Maria, the bosses called us in today. He turned away. So what? She realized the rumors had reached there. Everyone was reprimanded, and in public, he knew his wife would find out anyway. It was better to confess himself. Did you get it? She just said it and went to the kids. I wanted to cry. Well, why did she get him so? And again, she remembered the words of that nurse, that in vain she looked at him. But Maria still loved him, and the feeling was exactly the same as when she had sat by his bedside. Children, let me read you a story, she said to them when they were already in bed. Hooray, they shouted with glee. In a certain kingdom, in a certain state, began to read the mother. Archie heard from the kitchen as Maria began the story, realized she would never come out to him again. He too was worried about what was happening to him, but he couldn't help himself when he saw a pretty girl. He continued to work, and Maria kept up. They never went to the factory together, always separately. Maria, until she divorced all the children, only then went to the office. Well, how are your children, friend? Maddie asked her. They had worked together for so many years that they knew everything about each other. Good, Leslie is helping the younger ones with their assignments, the woman said. And her husband? The coworker looked at her like she knew something again. What's my husband got to do with it? She hadn't heard he was involved in anything in a long time. I was just asking, she looked away. Maddie, if you know something, tell me, Maria insisted. I don't know anything, I was really just asking. The woman started to work. She was counting something. In the evening, Maria decided to ask Archie what had happened. She prepared dinner, sat down at the table, and waited for Archie. Hi, he came into the house. Tell me, she looked at him. What? He looked at her. I don't know, what's going on at the factory again? She didn't take her eyes off him. Maria. He averted his eyes. Maria, am I going to be ashamed of you again? She got up and started to set the table. No, he sat down. What then? She put a cup in front of him. We were in the bathhouse at the weekend with the men, so one of them said that he knew a place where you can peek at the women who wash in the next ward. He blushed. Why are you blushing now? You didn't blush then. She sat down opposite her husband again. What am I doing? I'm not touching them, I'm just looking, he said, and he believed that there was nothing wrong with it. I'm not saying anything. But why do I have to blush all the time? She was ready to cry. Don't listen to anyone. He started eating. The kids will grow up soon. If they find out, or at school, what then? She couldn't understand what his craving was. And nothing, he did not begin to explain, because he himself did not understand it. Leslie was already in the final grade. It was necessary to understand that the girl has grown up, will soon build her own life. Mom, an address for me to make, she asked Maria. Of course, I even know a wonderful seamstress, the woman said about her mother. The last time they had visited her was about 3 months ago. The woman was living in her house again. Even then they had talked about it. Is she sure she'll make it beautiful? The girl didn't want to fall in the mud. Of course, the woman hugged her. This weekend, we are going to my mother, Maria told her husband in the evening. Do I have to be there? He looked at her. No, you can stay with Barry and Angelica, the woman said. Well, why aren't they coming with you? He wondered, since they were there as a family every time. Leslie and I are on a business matter. The wife didn't go into the subject. That's what we decided. Maria at the factory got a beautiful fabric. At the weekend they were already sitting at the table in the village. Look what we brought. Maria took out a piece of fabric from her bag. This will make a very beautiful dress, thought the grandmother immediately heard to Leslie. What kind? The girl was curious. You'll see. Show her your wedding dress, asked her mother. Maria pulled out of the closet that dress, which once made her Aunt Julia and her mother. Oh, it's beautiful. Leslie appreciated it. There, and you doubted it. Her grandmother kissed her. The next morning, mother and daughter were home because they were busy. Now their house was being expanded. Archie decided to do some construction and add another room, and the land allowed for it. Everything all right? His wife asked him. What could be abnormal? He wondered. Just by asking, Maria knew that if there was something abnormal, she would definitely hear rumors. Right now, all she was doing was helping the kids with their studies, going to work, and doing chores around the house. It's been a long time since Kathy's been here, Archie said. Come and see what she's doing, she laughed at her husband. Well, don't be like that. He lowered his eyes. All closed the subject. Maria realized that the conversation for her husband unpleasant. Mom, tell me about the war. Barry came running into the kitchen. Sit down, she showed him the seat next to her. Then came in Leslie and Angelica. They liked to listen to the stories that told Mom. Oh, why do you listen to her? She has some dull stories. Do you want me to tell you one? Archie, why don't you? Maria looked in his direction. No, why not? If the children want to know, he smiled. Tell me, they were already shouting. So we are lying with a comrade in an ambush, around snow, cold, and we cannot move. In front of the enemy, we need to find out where they have a ZOT. After that to inform their own, and then the battle, said quietly Father. Yeah, you tell me that you jumped out of the trench and first went to the ZOT to cover their bullets while they do their job, laughed Maria. Why are you always messing things up? He asked her. Why are you messing with the kids? She took offense as to why he couldn't tell the moment he was wounded before they met. She herself had asked him several times and he wouldn't tell. And now she reminded him of it. Okay, look, he exhaled. You're really going to tell me? Marie couldn't believe it. I will. He folded his hands on the table. Ready to listen. So many years have passed. She already did not hope to hear that legendary story. We were sitting in the trench and suddenly the offensive. The commander shouted attack and we were shaking, but we couldn't sit because the order was given not a step back, so everyone jumped out. Only the machine gunners were left, running like fools, yelling hurrah with the commander behind us. It's not clear who was running where, but as soon as the explosion started, so ended our bravado. You know the rest. He was sitting there, not looking at anyone. Dad, you're our hero, Barry said loudly. Thanks, son, but I'm no hero, shook his head. Mary felt so sorry for him at that moment. She sat up to him and stroked his head, just like she had at the hospital, kissed him on the cheek. Even if you are a hero or not, I still love you, she whispered to him. And I love you. The children saw for the first time how like this, Mom and Dad sit side by side and confess their love to each other. They will never forget this moment, and then they will tell their children and grandchildren. It was graduation time, and Leslie was getting ready for the day. Mom, and how was your graduation? Asked her daughter then, and Maria remembered that day, but did not say anything. Good, she smiled. Hopefully, and we will be fine. The girl was happy, also because of the fact that her grandmother sewed her such a beautiful dress that all the girls should be jealous. After graduation, Leslie was going to enter the institute, which is far from home. Why did you choose this one? Her mother didn't understand. I do not know, just I want to be an engineer, answered the daughter. She knew that the local factory requires such a profession, so she decided to study and then return. And how will you go home? The mother was only worried about that. Everything will be fine on vacation, came up and hugged her daughter to her mother. At that moment, Maria realized how her mother felt when she, even at a younger age, was going to war. Here she was, Leslie going just to study, and she was so worried about her. Well, she kissed her. May you be well. You've got Barry before Angelica. They won't let you get bored, laughed the older daughter. That's for sure, smiled the mother. She was happy that she had such a family, all alive, healthy, loving each other. In the middle of the summer, the daughter left. The mother and father saw her off. Don't cry, Archie hugged his wife. I'm not crying. Maria brushed a tear from her eyelashes. It seemed to her that not long ago she was lying on the edge of the field and gave birth to her, Leslie. And now she was leaving her parents' house. Let's go home. He gave her an elbow and they headed down the road. Again, work, home, kids, every day was busy. So, has yours settled down? She came to visit Katie one day. I don't know. Nobody's saying anything yet. Maria looked at her. She was afraid to hear such talk. As soon as it started, it meant Archie had snooped again. No, don't look at me like that. I don't know anything, laughed the woman. Maria came home. Everything was quiet. She went to bed and wondered if it was the calm before the storm, and she was right. Barry, isn't Daddy home yet? She asked her son. No, he shook his head in the negative. It was strange. Maria had been a little late at work today, filing reports, but she hadn't seen him at the factory either. She cooked dinner, fed the children. They had already gone to bed, but her father was still not home. Maria was worried about what might have happened. She threw on her coat and went to Katie's. No, she didn't want to find her husband there, just wondering where to look. What are you doing up so late? Her neighbor greeted her. Archie still hasn't come home yet, Maria said excitedly. Come in. The woman let her in. What to do? I don't know what to do. She sat at Zoya's table and drank tea. Maybe we should go to the factory. They like to get together with the men there? No, to go there, disgrace yourself. And what if they are now in someone's shed, and I'll come hello? Did not agree with her guest. That's right too. Katie didn't know how to help at all. I think if something had happened, you would have been told about it long ago, she summarized. Yes, thank you. Maria hurried home, in case her husband had already arrived, and now he had lost her. But when she crossed the threshold of the lady, she realized that no one was here. She sat down at the table, put her head on her hands. Different thoughts went into her head. Maria cried, tried several times to go to bed, because tomorrow morning she had to go to work, but she could not sleep. In the morning, Archie appeared, wearing a torn coat. Where have you been? His wife ran up to him. His odor was so pungent she couldn't even understand what it was. I'm sorry, my dear. He sank down on the chair that stood there. What for? Answer me. Where were you all night? His wife pounded him on his back and shoulders. Tomorrow you will find out for yourself. It was obvious that he felt bad. Maria realized that both she and her husband had to get ready for work. She went out into the yard, threw a couple of logs into the sauna stove to warm up the water a little, and then sent her husband there. He did not say anything, went quietly, washed himself. But that strange odor still did not go away. After that, his wife gave him new clothes. Then Maria woke up the children, sent them to school, and went to work, where her husband had already gone. Maria, you are called to the assembly hall, ran an excited Mighty. Do you know what happened? The woman wanted to be a little prepared for what was coming. No, I was just asked to call you. Her eyes were running. Don't you have to be there? Maria realized that her colleague knew something, but didn't want to talk. I'll come back later, she said. Maria walked on wobbly legs to the place where she was called. She sat down in a chair. There were already a lot of factory workers here. The boss came on stage, greeted everyone. And now I will ask to come out those for whom we are gathered here. Maria saw that a policeman was sitting near the stage. Everything trembled inside. 3 men came through the door, Archie among them. All of them walked with droopy heads. The man in uniform stood up. These fellows had had too much to drink this night and were disorderly in the streets, he began to say. What were they doing? A question came from the audience. They were looking into the windows of the first floors, loudly discussing what they saw, and then singing songs, explained the representative of the law. And then, everyone was interested. The patrol car took everyone to the sobering up center. As soon as he said these words, the hall was filled with gasps. Well, why are you silent? Comrades, are not you ashamed to look in the eyes of your colleagues? He turned to the 3 men who stood in front of everyone. Ashamed, Archie looked furtively into the hall. He looked for his wife with his eyes. Why are you silent then? The policeman did not stop talking. We apologize and promise not to do it again, one of them said. All this is good, but you get a strict reprimand one more such incident, and you will no longer work at this company, took the word of the chief. The trio stood with their heads down. They had nothing to say. I also know that the wife of one of you is present here. Please stand up, the policeman asked again. Maria's cheeks flamed. She couldn't get off the seat. She was so uncomfortable with the whole thing. Well, where are you? His eyes ran around the hall, looking for a woman. It's me, hello. Maria finally stood up. And how are you not ashamed? Your husband does such things. I was told that this is not his first prank. How do you put up with all this? He began to reprimand her like a little girl. I'm sorry, I didn't know. I was at work. She looked down at the floor. If this happens again, measures will be taken, the policeman said sternly. I understand you. She was ready to fall under the ground, just not to listen to all this now. Maria went to her office. The workers who passed by whispered something behind her back, but now it didn't matter. So, how did it go? Maddie was sitting in her seat. Did they talk to you? Maria asked her. She guessed how the policeman knew about his wife. No, she made big eyes. Good. Maria left the office. She was disgusted to be here. Now the feeling of shame was so strong that she just wanted to write a statement and not to appear here ever again. In the evening she came home. Her husband was already there. I'm sorry, he was sitting at the table. What are you talking about? You swear to me every time, but you repeat nonsense. And every time it brings more shame. She began to shout. I don't know why this is happening, he shrugged. How old are you? Think about it. You went through the war, you have medals, and you do this. She sank down beside him without strength. Honey, I promise. He sat like that. He didn't move. I don't care about your promises if you can't keep them. Think of your children, what they think of you. She spoke almost in a whisper. I understood. Archie didn't know what else to say to his wife. Mary came home from school once again. Mom, I've got something serious to talk to you about. He stood in front of her. Okay, talk. She looked at her son. He was as handsome as his father. I have decided that I will continue to study at the school. I want to become a military man, like Dad. He shocked her. What are you, son? She hugged him and cried. Why not? The boy didn't understand. Do you know what discipline is like there? She recalled her courses before she got to the battlefield. No worse than what you and your father went through, Barry said. The mother realized that her boy had grown up and now had an opinion of his own. Fine, do as you see fit. She was proud of the boy for making that decision. The year passed quietly. Archie got home on time every day. Maria thanked him to herself for that. Barry was preparing to enroll. His desire hadn't changed. Am I going to be alone with you? Angelique asked. What will that change? Her mother hugged her. It will be boring, the girl said sadly. Everything will be all right. The woman always supported her children in everything. The summer after Barry left, Leslie arrived. While she was away, the girl had grown up. Hi, honey, how are you? Her parents hugged her. She was fine. She averted her eyes. What's wrong? Her mother didn't understand. Mom, can I talk to you one-on-one? Asked her daughter. Of course. They retired to their room. I met a wonderful man. He looks after me. We studied together. The daughter spoke incomprehensibly. It was obvious that she was worried. It's okay. You're an adult. Maria inwardly worried about her daughter. He proposed to me, Leslie said quickly. That was the end of all dating, of course. She didn't want her daughter to experience family life and everything that came with it so early. He's coming here soon to meet you. She didn't look at her mom. For some reason, she was embarrassed. Good, and we'll meet him properly. The woman was happy that everything was happening in the open. Billy arrived 2 weeks later. He was a tall, black-haired guy. He and Leslie were very much suited to each other. "I'm very happy to meet you," he said to his girlfriend's parents. "And we are too." Archie gave him his hand. They sat down together at the table and started discussing when and where they were planning to get married, how they were going to study, and where they were going to live after that. "The Institute has offered to give us a room after we get married," Billy said confidently. "That's good. So they already have a roof over their heads." Their mother was happy for them. "We'll probably have the wedding here, if you don't mind," he said. Of course not, but Leslie was going to go back and work at the local factory, and now her plans haven't changed. She asked the young man. "No, I don't mind if they take me," he said, blushing. "What's the big deal? 2 young specialists with higher education. Why won't they take me?" The woman was surprised. "Archie, what a good man our daughter got," she said to her husband in the evening. "Yeah, he was looking out the window." "What, he saw young girls?" Maria realized. "Sorry," he pulled the curtain. "You need to heal. That wound has messed up your brain." She went over to him. No matter what her husband did, Maria couldn't blame him. She loved him so much she could forgive any offense. She realized that soon they would probably be grandparents, but that was only good news. Barry was writing letters saying he was doing well. Leslie and Billy were getting ready to get married. Angelica was in school. Everyone seemed to be doing well. Archie hadn't done anything like that since the sobering up incident. Now he liked to sit by the window and look out at the street. "You know what I think?" Maria sat down with him the other day. "What?" He turned to her. "Billy and Leslie will get married, go away to study, and when they finish the institute and get a job at the factory, we'll give them this house." She put her head on her husband's shoulder. He did not understand. He looked at his wife with surprised eyes. "Angelica will finish school by that time. She will enter. She will leave us. What are we going to do here?" The woman spoke and looked at the wall. "Where will we go?" Archie still didn't understand her. "We'll go back to the village. You know, it's nice there now," Maria said. "I don't know. We'll live to see it." He turned back to the window. His wife got up and went to see what her daughter was doing. Maria was home that day. It was a day off. Billy and Leslie had gone to pick out rings. Angelica was in her room. There was a knock on the door. The woman got up, opened the door. It was the letter carrier. Maria tensed. One doesn't just knock on doors. One just drops it in the mailbox. "An urgent telegram for you." He put a sheet in the woman's hands. She read it immediately. Her legs felt weak. "Thank you," she said, and closed the door. Maria then walked to a chair and sat down. What happened? Her husband came through the door. He met the mailman. As if someone had hurt me, she handed her husband a paper that said her mother was dying. "Let's go," Archie said confidently. That same day, the whole family, including Volodya, arrived in the village. "Mom," Maria came home. "It's over." The woman barely spoke. "What are you saying?" cried the daughter. "Sorry," the woman also cried. "Grandma." Leslie and Angelica hugged her. "Ah." She didn't say anything, just looked at Billy. "This is my fiancé, but it looks like the wedding won't be for a while yet." Leslie couldn't hold back her tears. "I've been waiting for you," the woman said. "Where's your medicine?" Maria asked. "Over there," pointed her mother to the nightstand. Maria went over and looked. There was nothing there that could help with her illness. "Mommy," she sat down directly on the floor by the bed where the woman was lying. "Let's go to the hospital." "No," she shook her head. "I want to die at home." They spent 3 long days here. The woman was dying in agony. She was screaming so much it made everyone uncomfortable. Finally, she called out to her daughter. "What is it, Mommy?" Maria took her hand. "I love her," was all she said, and closed her eyes. "Archie," Maria wailed like a wounded animal. "Calm down." He came over and picked her up off the floor and held her to him. "It's my fault." She snuggled into his chest. "What are you blaming yourself for?" He couldn't understand. "Didn't go to her as often as I should have," the woman shouted. "Mommy, calm down." Leslie and Angelica were inconsolable too. They were standing now, embraced by the whole family. Only Barry was missing. But he couldn't even make it to his grandmother's funeral. There goes our house, Maria said lifelessly as the neighbors dispersed after the wake. Maria, stop it. You couldn't see your wife like that, Archie. Why, as soon as I mentioned it, she died suddenly. She knew her daughter wanted to move here. She raised her eyes red with tears to him. It's okay. Mom loved you and never blamed you for anything. They are there now, next to your dad. Her husband spoke into her ear. They cleaned everything in the house, locked it up, and drove back to town. Billy and Leslie left the rings with their mother, their wedding delayed for a while. Their parents had suggested a winter wedding, but their daughter only wanted it in the summer. They decided that they'd come back in a year, and then they'd get married. Mom, do you remember the dress in which you got married? Leslie asked her. Of course, how could she forget it? Can I wear it too? The girl hoped for a positive answer. Yes, here we'll go to the village, I'll take it. I'll make a new insertion, said the mother. Okay, they hugged. In a week the couple was going to leave again to study. Now they would see each other only in the new year. Maria was bored. Now all her love was directed only to her youngest daughter. She was in and out of work. She had no interest there. She never spoke to Maddie after that moment. She made some movements towards Mary, but the woman did not react in any way. They only talked about work stuff. The story with the sobering up station was talked about until others failed and got caught in another situation. Then Archie and Maria were forgotten. They began to discuss others. The year went by without a hitch, and then Barry arrived for the vacations. His mother and father were so happy about the surprise. We thought you'd come later, Maria said. I just got here, he hugged his parents. Studying at the military school was not in vain. The son became more responsible. He had grown up. He had become so mature. Maria cried. Finally, they waited for Billy and Leslie. Her mother, as promised, had prepared her dress. The rings were already there. It was only necessary to decide on the place. It was decided to celebrate in a restaurant. Isn't it expensive? Billy asked then. Nothing would be a pity for my daughter, the future father-in-law answered him. Good, agreed the young man. Several people from the village were invited to the wedding. Billy and Leslie's girlfriends and friends. Maria invited Kathy, and Archie invited his few friends. It was fun. The young ones, so beautiful, sat at the head of the table. Mom and Dad congratulated. It was a shame Grandma had not lived to see this moment. Thank you. After the feast, the young parents thanked. What are you talking about? Maria hugged them. Now Billy and Leslie were husband and wife. They spent a few more days at the girls' parents and went to build their life together. Barry departed as well. It was sad, but the kids were grown and they needed to be let go. Angelica, are you ready for your prom night? Her mother asked her as the years of her high school years passed. Sure enough, Angelica had become a beauty. Her parents were proud of their daughter. Billy and Leslie were to come. They said for good, but Barry was unknown. A young man after graduating from the Suvorov school was preparing to go on. Angelica was irresistible. Her father and mother bought her a dress in which the girl shone. About the same one my grandmother once sewed for me, entered Leslie's house. Her daughter, her mother began to hug her. She hadn't seen her since last summer. The guys were in their senior year, studying for exams, practicing and writing their diplomas. And I'm glad to see you too. Leslie stood in the aisle, not letting her husband pass. How are you? Their father looked at them expectantly. Do you want to ask about the diplomas? Smiled her daughter. What about what? They waited with their mother. At that moment, Leslie let Billy into the house. In his hands were 2 crusts and a bottle of champagne. Hurrah! Threw her hands up in the air at her mother. Of course, everyone forgot about me again, said Angelica resentfully. You what? Nobody forgot about anyone. Came up and hugged her mom. Angelica, don't be offended. We came right away to be on time for your graduation. Her sister ran up. Thank you, she said. Everyone was preparing for the important event in the life of the youngest daughter and sister. There was no room for unnecessary talk. Well, it's time. The father was worried, as if he had never been to the graduation of his children. Let's go. They all left the house. The big family came to the school, where everyone had already gathered. Angelica went straight to her classmates. She's all grown up now, Archie said. He was so happy that his children were doing well in life. They stood around a little longer, realized they were no longer needed, and went home. Well, what about you? They sat at the festive table and hoped that today's graduate would come home. Let's go to the factory to settle, answered Leslie's parents. It's good, young minds are now at a premium, rejoiced her mother, that they did not change their choice. Are you sure you want to be an engineer? Archie asked. Why do you ask? Do you doubt that I can do it? Was surprised Leslie. Of course not. I just wanted you as a mother to sit behind a desk in the office. Maybe you'd be more useful there. He smiled. Look, Dad, I've been coming to this for so many years that I have to listen to this now. My daughter seemed offended. Archie looked out the window. Something interested him. Again, Maria sighed. Don't swear, Leslie asked her. Billy and Leslie did as they pleased. They took their diplomas, and together they went to apply for jobs. Just as Archie had said, they were easily accepted there. You can stay here, their mother told them, when the young ones said they had been assigned a dormitory. What about you? Leslie wondered as her father had wondered. We have a little time left before retirement. We will work until we go to the village, the woman said. When you go, then we will move, said the daughter with confidence. Good, agreed the parents. And again Maria rejoiced that she gave birth and brought up worthy members of society. Angelica entered, left the parental nest. Archie and Maria were left alone. Boring sat near the window. Archie. Nothing will move soon. There will be something for everyone to do, his wife told him. They worked quietly until they could leave. Mom, maybe you'll think about staying? Leslie asked her parents. No, we have already decided everything. In the village, we will be more comfortable. What to do now here in the city? I want to start a farm to do something. Maria has already set up to leave. Angelica was entering the medical school. She had a couple more years to study. And after that, the girl wanted to come to the village to help the local population. Her mom tried to talk her out of it, but her daughter wouldn't listen to her. Well, why do you force her? We will have a personal doctor, laughed the father. Barry graduated from the military institute. Now he was going to go further up the career ladder. Mother and father were both proud and worried about their son. That's it. It's time. They said goodbye to Leslie and Billy at the station. We'll keep coming, the daughter promised. And so, after all these years, Archie and Mary were back in their village where their life together had begun. The house was strong, of course, for so many years in it, a lot of leaks. There was enough work. The man did not sit idle. And Maria, as she wanted, bought some chicks and a couple of piglets. Well, what are they doing there? The wife came quietly to her husband. You're scaring me. He broke away from the hole in the hen house. You're at it again? The wife couldn't stop teasing him. What? You can't even look? He resented her. He was still ashamed of that incident. Why not? Just open the door and look in, she was showing him. Yeah, that way they'll see me and that's it, he disagreed. Ah, I realized you need something to see, because when they do not know that you are watching them, they do what they want, laughed his wife. They lived happily as before, loving and supporting each other. I'll probably go to the chairman, Archie said. Why? Maria didn't understand. I'll ask for a job, he said. Can't you stay at home? She flung her arms around her. Bored, Archie said. I see. The wife turned around and went into the yard to dig the garden or to feed the pigs, so he is bored. Give him another job. The chairman was glad the old guard was back, so he sent Archie to the farm. It was a dusty job, guarding the warehouse at night. He was glad he did. Now he had an official excuse. You know, he came home this morning. Steve and Lucy had climbed up on the stack today and spent the night. Why are you telling me all this? Maria asked. Each time there were new stories. Well, why? Who am I going to share it with? Archie was old now, but he still had his habit of peeping. Listen, they put you on guard, and what do? Maria wondered. They don't steal, but if they did, I'd show them. He showed his fist. Oh my grief, she hugged her husband. Mom, Dad, hi, Billy and Leslie are here for the weekend. Oh, why didn't you tell me? The woman hugged them. Well, it was spontaneous. My daughter was a strict, serious lady. Leslie, don't you want to please your father and mother with grandchildren? They were sitting at the table. Maria thought, if a little one appears in their house, then her husband will not have so much free time. Mommy, give a little more work, asked her daughter, She liked it so much, she was in no hurry. You are almost 30 years old, sighed the woman. So what? The woman wondered. No, nothing, the mother shrugged. Angelica didn't come? The daughter asked. No, she had disappeared in the north, the father said. After graduating from the institute, the girl was assigned there. She did not refuse, and now for several years has been missing at work. She occasionally wrote to her relatives how things were going, where she was, what she was doing, and what the weather was like there. That's all. I see all the fledglings have flown away, Leslie said, tightening her lips. She knew her mother was going to bring up Barry and start crying. The boy was in Afghanistan at the moment. Mother had learned it already from the letters. He did not write when and why he was sent there, just notified on arrival there. Mom don't, saw her daughter, her chin trembled. He doesn't write to us at all, Maria said. So it's all right, the daughter took her mother's hand. Yes, a tear still could not stay on the eyelash and rolled down her cheek. Remember yourself. How do you want it to go to the front? Leslie told her. I don't want to. Maria squeezed her eyes shut. Every year she thought more and more about how her mom had felt then. And after all, she hadn't listened to anyone, just did what she wanted. Understandably, the girl got up and went outside. In the evening, everyone went to the bath. After that, there was a small feast, then the night, and in the morning the daughter and son-in-law went back. Mother and father were left alone again. Listen, today I saw the girls going to the disco, Archie said in the morning. How did you get to the club if the farm is on the outskirts of town? I just had a peep, said the husband. Oh, you can't do without your peepers, she laughed at him again. The older Archie got, the crazier his stories got. What are you saying? You've got to amuse yourself, the man answered her. Billy and Leslie arrived once again. The mother looked at her daughter and couldn't believe it. She was pregnant. Leslie, I'm so happy for you, and most of all for me. She hugged her. Mommy, is it too late? Suddenly, Leslie began to doubt. You what, it's never too late, she stroked her stomach. Now the grandparents were expecting a grandchild. They were discussing it one evening when there was a knock on the window. Who could it be? Usually no one knocks. Archie went over to look, but there was no one outside the window. Maybe a branch. Maria came up to him. What branch? I've knocked everything out for a good view. They peered into the darkness together. The door slammed behind them. Maria turned around and almost lost her senses. Barry was standing on the doorstep. It was already a real man. He was in military uniform, gray hair on his temples. His mother realized that it was not from age, but from what she had seen. Barry, she rushed over to him. Son, he's back. Hello, his father came up to him. It's been a long time since I've been here. Barry looked around. Sit down, you must be hungry. His mother pulled a chair over to him. Thank you. He sat down heavily. So tell me, what's up? The father looked at his son and couldn't believe that they were so old, if their child was so mature. Everything's fine, we're serving, just smiled at him. Wife, kids? Archie didn't know what else to ask. Yes, nodded Barry. How so? His mother almost dropped the label from his hands. I didn't write because she asked me to, said the son. Why aren't they with you? The woman got worried. They'll come tomorrow, he promised. Oh, so much good news lately. If only Angelica would come, we could die. She set the table and everyone sat down. Barry talked about his life. What was going on? His parents hadn't seen him in 6 years. Godson, I'm so glad. She stroked his cheek. In the morning, a pretty brunette came into the house, and with her a boy who was about 5 years old. Hi, my name is Baba Maria. She sat down in front of him. Harry, he smiled. Grandson, she pressed him against her. This is Sveta. The son introduced his wife. Here is a spy, married for so many years, has a son, and hid everything. His father wagged his finger at him. The guests stayed with the old men for a while and went to their garrison. Barry promised that if possible they would come and bring their grandson. Archie continued to keep watch over the farm, though Maria was already thinking that the chairman, in order not to offend him, had invented the job on purpose. He saw today how the boys seduce young girls, stat them. Archie told me again. Listen, I've got news for you. I had a telegram in my hand. Yes, Archie said. Leslie has a daughter. Granny smiled from ear to ear. That's a joy. Grandpa clapped his hands. Now they were expecting them to come to them soon. What did you see there again? Maria asked him. Cydia. He showed her his index finger. Young girls were walking along the road, and he liked to look at them. Oh, what a shame they wore short skirts and bright makeup. Look, what a Satsa is coming. He nodded in the direction. That's right, a Satsa, said Maria. Oh, it's Angelica. Her hands trembled. Just don't die. He remembered what she'd said when Barry was here. Angelica walked into the house. She looked fashionable, which her parents didn't like. Mommy, Daddy, she stood in the doorway. You're my sunshine. Her mom hugged her, and then she started to ask what was going on in her life and told her about her brother and sister. I'm doing well. I'm getting married. Angelica smiled. There? The father guessed. Yes, confirmed the daughter. Well, we are not destined to come, sighed the mother. Don't worry, we'll come here next summer. Angelica touched her belly. And you? Mom clutched her face. She was so happy about every news. Yeah, they hugged again. Angelica said she would spend a few weeks here and then she needed to go back. Her mother was so happy to hear that news. Maybe you'll catch Leslie too, Mother speculated. As it happened, Billy and Leslie arrived while her sister was still here. Hi, she greeted them. It couldn't be how many years, how many winters, the siblings hugged. Grandma was seeing her granddaughter for the first time. There was so much joy in everyone's eyes. But after heated conversations and sit-downs, everyone left. The house became quiet again. Don't be sad. We'll all get together again soon, Archie told his wife. Two families, Leslie and Barry and their children, came for New Year's Eve, and in the summer, as Angelica had promised, her husband and baby came with her. I thought we'd all get together, she said. Wait, they will definitely come, because we will play your wedding. Maria planned everything herself. Oh, she looked at her husband. Nothing, but you will feel what a village wedding is. Maria was happy. And so, finally, all the children and grandchildren were gathered. They put the tables in the fence, invited guests, harmonica player. The holiday was a success. Well, thank you, parents, pleased. In the morning, thanked them daughter together with her husband. You're welcome, hugged their mother. And everyone left again. Maria liked to sit by the stove. There she read, took, and did other things. Archie all sat by the window. Do you think they will come or not? Victory Day was approaching. Archie waited for his children and grandchildren to come and congratulate them. They must be busy, Maria sighed. Don't sigh, everything's fine. He watched a couple arguing outside the window. The village was growing. A new church had been built here in place of the old ruined one. Now Maria had an occupation. She went there on weekends and other holidays. Archie peeked at what the bishop was doing when no one could see him and told his wife. Don't tell me that, I won't believe it, she baptized. There was a bar in the center, near the club, where the local store used to be. Archie liked to go there. What are you doing there? His wife asked him. Look, it's interesting, he'd say. Oh, Archie, they'll knock you on the head and you'll find out, his wife warned him. Who dare? He put his finger up. You'll see, you used to be able to run away, but now you can't walk, she laughed. The children came mostly for birthdays and New Year's Eve. Sometimes they brought their grandchildren in the summer. Grandma and Grandpa were happy at those moments. Have you seen what they're building? My husband once said to his wife. Oh, what is it to you? They have now that every day. That's new, was not interested in Maria. No, I'll go and see, as is his habit. He went and sniffed everything and everywhere. Imagine a bathhouse. He came home. Aren't there enough bathhouses in the village? Maria didn't understand. I guess they're making a public one. Grandfather's eyes lit up. What are you up to, old man? She knew that look. Nothing. He turned back to the window. Maria was worried because she remembered the past. Don't worry, we'll live. We won't die, her husband reassured her. So they continued to live, each doing his own interests. The bathhouse was finished. Now young girls went there. I'm going to work, Grandpa said, and left the house. Yeah, I know your work. The old woman followed him. She saw him look around and then turn into the alley where the bathhouse was. She saw him there peeking, grinning, and rubbing his hands together. The next day, she decided to go there herself. She saw her husband asleep, got dressed, and left the house. Hello, she saw some local girls in the locker room. Good evening. They were surprised to see an old lady. "Listen, my geezer is following you every night here like a movie theater," said Maria. "What's wrong with you?" They were surprised. "I proposed to teach him a lesson," and she told them the plan. "As you say," the girls stood and laughed. The next time Archie said he had to go to work, Maria waited until he left because she knew where he was going anyway, and then quietly went to the same place. She went in on the other side, and so her husband wouldn't see her, winked at those inside. They understood everything and started to turn into reality the plan of Baba Maria. "Oh, I wish someone would come here to steam us," said one of the girls. "Yes, but not a woman, but a man," said the second. "No, a young man will come, and how will we be?" They reasoned. "Maybe we should call some grandfather. He won't do anything to us," suggested one of them. "Girls," shouted the grandfather. He came in. "Who is it?" They squealed. "I've come to steam you." Archie never dreamed of such a thing. "Take off your clothes and come in," they told him. Archie was over the moon. Now he didn't have to peek in a hole. He could see everything with his own eyes and up close. Only he took off everything as the girls ran out and whipped him with brooms. The grandfather rushed through the door as he was, and they chased him, but he had no time to turn back and ran straight through the bushes to the river. And those bushes were not ordinary bushes, but nettles. The grass was burning. He fell down so that no one could see him, but the girls were whipping him. "That's enough. That's enough." Maria came up. "Well, have you realized how to watch others? Now the whole village has seen you," she said to her husband. "Maria, why are you like this?" He almost cried. "And how could I stop you from this habit?" She threw things at him. Archie stayed at home for a few days. He kept his nose to the street. One day he went out for bread and saw a neighbor coming. "Oh, Archie, we saw how you ran away from the girls. The whole village was laughing, how they were brooming you," he said to him. There was no need to peep. He realized that he was speaking his wife's words. At the holidays came the children. Maria took and told them about the strangeness of his father and how she taught him a lesson. The daughter laughed for a long time. They left, and the next weekend they were back again. "You've been coming a lot, of course." Maria didn't mind. "And we're here with presents." Leslie smiled and looked at her father. "We love presents." He stood up and walked over to his daughter. "We'll give them a little later. Billy is traveling somewhere with them." She passed and sat down at the table. "How about a bath?" The mother suggested it. "I wouldn't say no," agreed the daughter. Everyone was so grown up that it was hard to believe that life had passed. When they were drinking tea, they heard a car pull up. Here came the presents. Leslie got up and went out into the yard. Billy came into the house, a large box in his hands. "What's this?" The mother looked at her daughter. "You couldn't guess?" She smiled. "Is it a TV?" She clapped her hands. It was. Billy had put it on the nightstand in the corner. After everything was set up, Archie began to change channels. "Well, we've brought you a normal window. Now there will be someone to peep at," asked the daughter and hugged her father. "Thank you. You've made it easy." He was happy. Everyone was happy now. Archie didn't move away from the box that told him all the new news. He just widened his eyes when he heard things he never would have thought of. And the shows that were on. All day and all night while the kids were at their house, Archie would stare at the screen. "It's a thing. Why didn't I have it before?" Grandpa used to say. "But now you have it." Leslie and Billy said goodbye to their parents. "Thank you for everything." The father-in-law shook his son-in-law's hand. "Shall we go?" He nodded his head. "Where?" Archie glanced at his wife. "Don't be so afraid." Into the yard, he opened the door and stepped out. "Where are they going?" The mother asked her daughter quietly. I don't know if it was true. Billy hadn't said anything like that to her. "I don't know if your wife will let you watch this or not, but I personally brought you another present for myself." Billy looked around so that the women wouldn't see and didn't go in their direction. "What is it?" Archie asked in a whisper. He liked such secrets between him and his son-in-law. Here, he pulled out a magazine with naked girls from under his jacket. "What's this?" Archie's eyes went round. Quietly, the son-in-law put his finger to his lips. Yes, yes, grandfather's eyes ran from such beauty. Billy was glad he pleased his father-in-law. "Oh, son, thanks." He put the magazine in his pocket and they went back out on the porch. "And what secrets have you got there?" Maria asked when the children had pulled away. Look what he gave me. They entered the house, and the grandfather took out a magazine, which was full of pictures. What a shame, Maria spat, and went to see what they were showing in their new window.
The passenger train slowed down. Bridges, houses, traffic lights flashed in the compartment window. Looking into the compartment, the conductress said, "Approaching, parking 2 minutes." The man put his things in a bag and left the compartment. Passengers with suitcases and travel bags were crowding in the aisle, preparing to leave. "Do you know where you can find a hotel in this city?" the elegantly dressed man asked the conductress. "I don't know," she replied. "Ask the cab drivers, they know." "Thank you. Have a good trip, and all the best to you." The man got down on the platform and looked around. Night had already fallen on the city. The station building was faintly lit by lanterns. He passed by, turned the corner, but did not see Kate with checkers on the roof. At a loss, the man stopped under the taxi stand sign. He had come to this unfamiliar city on very important business. Now he didn't know how long he would be here, but he was determined, planning to finish everything quickly so that his life's dream would finally come true. The man noticed a car, which, shining its headlights on the wet asphalt, was moving in his direction. He waved his hand and the car stopped. "I'd like to find a hotel to spend the night," the stranger said to the driver, who noticed the strange accent with which the man spoke. Was he not from around here? "Get in. I'll give you a ride," the driver offered. "You won't get there on foot. It's too far." The man sat down on the back seat and thanked the driver. "But I don't give rides for free," he warned. Yes, I have money, don't worry." The passenger put his hand into his coat pocket and took out a colored bill. He handed it to the bomber. "And there is no Russian money?" the driver asked the passenger. "Unfortunately, no, I have just arrived, but if there is somewhere you can exchange it, I would be very happy. I only have euros with me, and I need rubles." The driver looked at the passenger carefully through the rearview mirror. Odd, even a little ridiculous, unsure, he had taken out a packet of euros and was now showing it to him, a stranger he was seeing for the first time in his life. Crazy or just plain stupid? Usually business travelers would kill themselves for the last penny and even ask cab drivers for a check to account for the trip, but this. "I know where there is an exchange office nearby. Let's go," said the driver, and the car rustled its wheels on the asphalt. After a while, the driver slowed down and, without turning off the engine, said, "Over there on the corner, you see it's lit up. They change currency there. Go. I'll wait here." The passenger got out of the car, leaving his travel bag on the back seat, and headed in the direction indicated. The man did not hear the driver quietly got out after him, and, trying not to stomp, followed the dark shadow on his heels. Not reaching a few meters to the exchange, the stranger stumbled, the laces on his boots untied. He bent down to tidy his shoes. Suddenly something heavy fell on his head. From the impact, a severe pain spread all over his head, and then came the darkness. The new day began with rain. A nasty, fall drizzle sowing on the ground like a sieve. Its drops dripped down the window, making me feel sad. This fall it rained especially often. It was as if nature was tired of the summer heat and drought, and now it was trying its best to recharge itself with life-giving moisture. Megan stared out the window, gazing out through the streams of rain running down the glass. Sam had just fallen asleep. The 5-year-old girl wrapped a piece of bread in a clean handkerchief, dipped it in the sweet tea, and brought it to the lips of the 6-month-old. "Here, suck the bread," she said to her brother in a quiet voice. "There is nothing else. Here, Mom will come and feed you." The child grabbed the roll with his mouth and began to suck zealously. The girl stroked his head. Gradually, the baby calmed down and fell asleep. Why hadn't she thought of giving him some bread soaked in tea before? She could have slept herself if he had calmed down and not cried all night. Megan looked out the window, standing on a stool. Her mother had left as early as yesterday. She still wasn't home. Aunt Kate from next door showed up in the yard. The woman put the doormats on the bench and began to dust them, taking one by one and putting the clean ones in a neat pile. The girl watched Aunt Kate. The kind neighbor sometimes fed Megan, bringing her from the yard to her house. When her mother gave birth to Sam, the girl stayed with the kind woman for a few days. Those were such happy days. Aunt Kate's house was always clean and warm. On the table was a vase with cookies and candy, and for dinner the neighbor cooked delicious meat cutlets with pasta. Aunt Kate also bought Megan pencils and a sketchbook, and in the evenings they drew together. The girl every time tried to depict on a sheet of paper her father, mother, and herself next to her brother. It didn't always work. That daddy was sad, that mom was ugly, and still she liked to visit her neighbor. At the end of the yard, Mom showed up. Megan rejoiced, pressed her face against the window pane. Her mother walked staggeringly, struggling to move her legs. Her hair was disheveled and her cloak was stained, as if she'd rolled in mud. "Chiara, you're drunk again." Aunt Kate shouted at her. "Shame on you." After all, a young mother, 2 children, began to shame the drunken woman neighbor. "Leave me alone, you don't get to judge me," Megan's mother snapped at her and strode unsteadily toward her driveway. "Oh no," the neighbor rushed over to her. "You're going to listen to me today, you asshole. Sam's been screaming all night. A 6-month-old baby in the arms of a 5-year-old girl for 24 hours. What are you trying to do? Kill the kids?" "Fuck off. It's none of your business." "Maybe it's none of my business, but I'll call the police and the guardianship office, so you'll know when the kids are taken away. Maybe then you'll get your head on straight and start thinking." "What?" screamed the drunken woman. "And you try to call, I'll burn your apartment with all your stuff." Oh, you scared me. Don't sleep in a drunken frenzy." The neighbor came close to the woman, shook her by the shoulders. "Grace, look what you look like. Look what you've turned into. You used to be a beautiful woman, smart, hard-working, and now you're just a slut and an alcoholic. There's no other way to call her." "Piss off," I said. The woman pushed her neighbor away and entered the entrance of a 2-story wooden barrack. Sighing, Megan got off the stool and walked down the hallway. Now her mother would fall into the house, fall to the floor, and have to drag her to bed, or she'd be lying in the hallway, unable to get up. Just as long as she didn't wake Sam, she thought. For as long as Megan could remember, her mother had always been caring and loving. She worked as a nurse at the hospital. From work, she would run to the daycare center to pick up her daughter, and then they would rush home together. Mom would cook dinner and Megan would twirl around her in the kitchen with her dolls. When Dad came home from work, Mom would set dinner on the table. Dad always joked a lot. He was a very kind man, and he loved Mom and Megan. Most of all, the girl loved it when he rolled her on his shoulders. And they also went to the yard together and Daddy would swing her on the swings. Then one day Megan heard some noise in the big room and came running to see what was going on. Her dad was twirling her mom around the room in his arms and kissing all the while. "Put it down." "I'm getting dizzy already," she asked, laughing. Dad put Mom on the couch and squatted down and stroked her belly. "Megan, you're going to have a baby brother soon," the man said, seeing that the daughter was looking at her and her mother with surprise. The girl sat down next to Grace. "Is he in your belly?" she asked her mother, but she did not answer, only smiled. "He's in my belly," my dear Daddy said. "Soon he will appear, and you will play with him, ride him in a stroller in the yard, feed him from a spoon." "No way." Megan pouted her lips. "I like to draw, but how could he?" "He can't until he's little. And then you'll teach him," said her father. After a while, Grace's belly began to bulge, growing bigger and bigger and bigger, turning into a huge ball. One day, the father found his daughter crying bitterly in her room. "Megan, honey, what's wrong? Did someone hurt you?" he worried. Daddy took the girl's face in his palms and looked carefully into her eyes. "Tell me who hurt you, and I will punish him." "My brother," the girl cried, sobbing. "What brother?" The father did not understand. "The one in Mommy's belly," Megan persisted. "How could he hurt you? He wasn't born yet." The man stroked his daughter's hair, trying to calm her down. "Let him not be born." Megan smeared tears on her cheeks with her fists. "Why not? What are you talking about? Don't you want a brother?" "No, I don't. Look how big Mommy's belly is. It'll burst like a balloon and she'll die." Megan sobbed again. Her father looked surprised at her crying daughter, but then he laughed and hugged her. "Silly girl, nothing will happen to your mom," he said. "You, too, lived in her tummy at first. Mommy gave birth to you and now we are all together." The girl looked at her daddy incredulously. "Is she sure she won't die when the baby brother is born?" she asked. Of course she won't die, little girl. Don't even worry. A month later, together with Daddy, they took Mommy and baby brother from the hospital. It was a very happy and joyful day. The day before, Daddy vacuumed the carpets and dusted the house, and Megan followed him like a tail. "Are you going to swing him on the swing too?" asked her father. "And on your shoulders you will roll? Will you throw him up to the ceiling and catch him?" "Megan, he is still very young, and at first he will always only sleep and drink milk. And play." Megan didn't understand. "When he grows up, then he will play. Don't rush the time, baby." Mom came out of the hospital with a blue package. The father ran up to her, took the baby in his arms, and handed the mother a bouquet of flowers. He lifted the corner of the blanket and showed Megan the baby brother. "How ugly," exclaimed the girl. "Is he going to be so red and wrinkled for the rest of his life?" The parents laughed. At home, everything revolved around the little brother. In the morning, her father took Megan to kindergarten, and in the evening, when he brought her home, the first thing she did was to run to the crib where Sam was sleeping. She would take his hand, run her little fingers over it, stroke his tummy. Her mom wouldn't let her hold her brother in her arms, but she gave Megan a bottle of formula, and the girl fed the baby, saying, "Eat every last drop, then you will grow big and strong." One day, Daddy didn't come to pick up Megan at the kindergarten. All the children had already been taken away, and she was playing alone on the playground, all the time looking toward the gate. But there was no sign of her father. When it was already dark, the teacher took the girl home. The door was opened by a neighbor, Aunt Kate. Megan ran into the apartment, rushed as usual to the crib where Sam lay. The women in the hallway talked quietly about something, and the caregiver left, and then Mom came back. Her face was tearful. She collapsed helplessly on the couch and sobbed. Aunt Kate stroked the woman's hair and shoulders, soothing her, saying, "What a grief, Lord. How can you be alone now with 2 orphans?" Megan's dad died in the service. He was a fireman. That day, a vegetable warehouse caught fire. It was dry and windy in May, and the flames spread quickly through the building, covering the walls and roof. One of the floor joists collapsed, crushing the man, and when he was pulled outside, he was already dead. When Megan's mother was informed of the terrible tragedy that happened to her husband, she completely lost her mind, thrashing around like a madwoman, screaming and sobbing. The EMTs had to try their best to give her some shots to calm her down. On the day of her father's funeral, a neighbor's Aunt Kate was at home with Megan and Sam. While the baby slept, she set the plates on the table. "Bring glasses," baby Aunt Kate asked the girl, "or people will come, and we haven't set the table yet." "Why are people coming?" Megan asked naively. "It's customary. When a person goes to the next world, they bury him, and then remember him." The woman tried to explain. "What do you mean, memorialized?" The girl persisted, putting the glasses on the table. "It means that they eat, drink Kiesel, and remember the deceased with a kind word. And we in the kindergarten, too, they give us Kiesel. Are we remembering someone, too?" Aunt Kate looked sadly at the girl. Megan, who was bright beyond her years, waited for her answer. The woman hugged the little girl to her and secretly brushed away a tear that rolled down her cheek. "My poor girl, life is complicated, and it's hard for me to explain everything to you. Just remember that Papa loved you very much, and will always and always watch from the cloud how you live. And he will also watch how friendly and smart you and your baby brother are growing up. So you never leave Sam." Megan didn't understand anything the neighbor said, but she decided she would help her mom with everything, so that her dad would see it on his cloud and praise her daughter. Megan's mother, Chiara, was taking the death of her husband very hard. She strongly loved him since the school bench, believed that fate long ago decided everything for them and united them into one whole. When her husband was gone, he began to drink. At first, she drank in the evenings after putting the children to bed. She sat in the kitchen with a bottle of vodka and a shot glass, drank and cried, remembering such a short, full of happiness and love family life. And then some people began to appear in the house. They and Grace drank together, yelled, sometimes fought. When her mother didn't pick Megan up from kindergarten, the teacher brought the girl home and said, "Run and I'll wait for you to come inside." Often the door to the apartment was locked from the inside. Megan would spend hours pounding her fists on the plywood paneling and screaming, "Mom, open up, it's me." Megan, her mother, was either asleep, drunk on vodka, or partying in the kitchen with her friends. Once home, Megan would sit next to Sam's crib and talk to him. "You don't have to be afraid," she told her brother, who looked at the girl with blue eyes. "Our mom is just a little sick. You'll see she'll get better, and everything will be like before." Megan learned to make her own formula, and when she wasn't, she heated a bottle of store-bought milk in a pot of hot water. Days, weeks, months went by, and Ciara never stopped drinking. On the contrary, the woman now began to disappear from the house for days at a time. She would return drunk and out of her mind, and most often, as soon as she walked through the door, she would collapse on the floor and lie there until she came to her senses. One morning, Megan walked into the kitchen. Her mother was washing dishes. It seemed to the girl that it had become the same. There were no bottles and shot glasses anywhere. The kitchen table was clean, and even the gingerbread was in a plate. "Mommy, we need to feed Sam," said the girl. "Now, my good girl, I'll heat up the milk and give it to my brother." Her mother poured milk from the bag into a clean bottle and set it to heat up on the water bath. "Do you want some tea, daughter?" "Pour, please." The girl sat down on a stool by the table and took a gingerbread. She thought only about one thing: if only no one had come to visit her mother and brought vodka. Finally, everyone was fed. Ciara started to get dressed. "Are you leaving, Mommy?" Megan asked fearfully. She knew Mommy would leave and then come back with a bottle, and she would be lying around drunk again. "No, honey, we're all going to go for a walk to the park together," the woman replied. "Get dressed and put a blanket in the stroller." Rejoicing, Megan started pulling clothes out of the closet, got dressed, and then rolled the stroller into the middle of the room to prepare a place for her baby brother. She didn't notice her mother lurking in the kitchen, pouring alcohol into a glass and knocking it over, wrinkling her nose a little. The woman stared out the window for a few minutes and then did it again, splashing more vodka into the glass. Grace went back into the room to the children. Megan was already dressed, and Sam was lying in his crib. His mother moved him to the couch and dressed him in a beautiful knit suit with an embroidered bunny on the chest. Then the woman went to the sideboard and took something out of a crystal candy bowl. Here she held it out to her daughter, put it on and never take it off. Megan was holding a braided string with a small wooden horseshoe hanging from it. She obediently put the thing around her neck, but still asked, "What is this, Mother?" In her mother's hands, she saw exactly the same pendant on a braided cord. She was running her finger along the wooden horseshoe, whispering something quietly, as if she were talking to someone. The girl tugged Grace's skirt. "Mommy, what is this? Why do I have to wear this shoelace?" The woman squatted down in front of her daughter, looked her in the eyes with her alcohol-fogged gaze, and spoke. "These two identical pendants your daddy made a long time ago when he and I started dating. He had one and I had the other. And now I want you and Sam to have them, okay?" Megan nodded, though she didn't understand anything. "But since Mommy said so, let that horseshoe lanyard hang around her neck. Especially since Daddy made it." Grace put the second pendant around her son's neck and hid it under her knit sweater. It was warm and dry outside. Ciara rolled the stroller in front of her, and Megan walked beside her. Sometimes she skidded forward, bouncing, spinning. The girl couldn't remember a time when she and her mom had walked together. "Wait here," her mother said, and put the stroller next to the entrance to the store. "I'll be right back." When the mother came out, she had a bag with a bottle and a Plomber ice cream in her hands, which the woman handed to her daughter. They took another walk in the park. Ciara bought a ticket for the merry-go-round. Megan waved cheerfully to her mother as she sat on the horse, and the mother walked beside her, rolling a stroller with a sleeping Sam in front of her. Then her mother sat Megan on a bench, put the stroller next to her, and gave her a handful of candy. "Stay here and don't go anywhere," the mother told her daughter. "If she wakes up, there's a bottle of milk in the stroller pocket. Do you understand me?" Megan nodded. She watched her mother walk away down the park alley for a while, and then she was distracted by the children playing ball on the playground. She wanted to run around with them too, but Megan couldn't move away from the stroller her brother was sleeping in. Time passed and her mom was gone. Passers-by sometimes came up to the 5-year-old girl wondering why she was alone with an infant. "Where are your parents?" Unfamiliar uncles and aunts asked. "My mom will come soon. She went away for a minute," the girl answered. But Ciara was still gone. There were fewer and fewer people in the park. Sam woke up and cried. Megan wheeled the stroller back and forth next to the bench to calm her brother. while she stared at the end of the alley, wondering when her mother's figure would appear. The girl gave Sam milk from a bottle. After he had eaten, he sucked the edge of the diaper in his hands and looked at his sister, who was ready to burst into tears. Finally, she stood up determinedly and wanted to leave the park. Shouldn't we go home? Mom's probably there, she thought. But at the same moment, she sat down on the bench again. The girl was accustomed to obeying, so she decided, since her mother said to wait here, then she should wait. She took out a candy from her pocket, as suddenly she heard a voice. "Whose girl are you?" An elderly man with a broom in his hand stood next to the stroller. "Mommy's." Megan answered timidly. She was tired, very hungry and upset by her mother's long absence. "Why are you sitting here all alone?" A park worker, who appeared to be a janitor or a watchman, asked. "My mom and my brother and I went for a walk, and then she left and said she'd be here soon. I'm waiting and waiting, and she's not here, and then all the tension, worry, and fear came out in a flood of tears." Megan cried and Sam cried after her. Come on," the older man sat down next to her on the bench and stroked her hair. "Come on, don't get all wet. We'll find your mom. How long has she been gone?" "I don't know." The girl kept sobbing. The man looked at her, thinking, scratched the back of his head with his hand, and then said, "Come on, let's go. I know where we can find your missing mother." He added, "Come on, don't be afraid." He rolled the stroller down the alley with one hand and held Megan's hand with the other. They came to a small wooden building at the back of the park. The man put a broom at the entrance and guided the girl inside, while he rolled the stroller in with the baby and shouted softly, "Claire, come here." A woman in her 50s came out at the man's call. She was dressed plainly, with her hair in a bun at the back of her head and thick lensed glasses on her nose. "What do you want?" "Look, I was walking down the alley to close the gate to the park, and on the bench she was sitting with a stroller, rocking a baby. She says she's waiting for her mother, but I've been watching them for a long time. They came to the park at lunchtime and have been sitting there all day." The woman scrutinized Megan, then shifted her gaze to the boy who was grunting and grunting in the stroller. "Are they lost?" she asked. "No, we were waiting for Mommy," Megan answered, calming down a little. "She said she'd be back soon, but she didn't show up." The woman bent over the stroller and pulled out the baby. "Oh my God, he's all wet and stuffed," she exclaimed, feeling that the boy's onesies and blouse were wet and dirty. "Do you have anything to change him into?" Megan bent down, and under the stroller on the lattice partition was a cloth bag containing a change of clothes, a diaper, and a pair of pants. She handed it to the woman. "Call the authorities, Greg," she said, undressing the child on the table where there were mugs and papers. "What's there to say?" Greg didn't understand. "As it is, just say that you found children in the park." "Uff, that's the last thing we need." The man cursed. "I thought I'd have a good night's sleep or watch TV. There and took a cup, because my old lady at home does not give a shot to drink. And here. Holy shit, such a situation is emerging. Now I'll have to testify all night, where I took the children, who they are, where the mother disappeared. And what do I know?" Continuing to grumble, Greg went to the phone and picked it up. "Hello, this is from the City Park of Culture and Recreation. My name is Greg. I found some children in the park. They are sitting here. An older girl and a very young boy. Of course, we'll be waiting for you." The man hung up. They said to wait, he said to Claire, who looked at him questioningly. "Where are we going to go now? We're not going to kick them out into the night." Soon the police entered the room, a man and a young girl in uniform. Megan stared at them. She knew the militia took bad people away. She didn't understand why these men had come for her and her brother. The policeman questioned Claire and Greg, then said, "We're taking them away. If the woman, the children's mother, shows up, tell us, and tell her that the kids were taken to the 36th police station." The park workers nodded. They said, "Of course, we'll do everything as it should be done." Marinka wanted to cry from fear. She felt a lump coming up to her throat. She held on with all her might. She was put in the back seat of the car, and the girl in uniform sat next to her, holding Sam in her arms. At the police station, Megan was asked various questions at length. "Where is your mom? What's her name? Where does she work? Where do you live?" But the girl could not answer anything. She didn't know the address. She only said that Daddy died, and Mom used to work at the hospital. But she doesn't go to work now because she has to take care of Sam. Do you and your brother have grandparents? The policewoman asked her. No, just Aunt Kate, Megan replied. She comes to us when Mom is ... and brings us food. I see the girl pressed her lips and looked meaningfully at her colleague, who, sitting at the table, was drawing up a protocol. Another socially dysfunctional family. Call the guardianship. Someone from the Department of Juvenile Affairs will determine. And yes, call the duty officer. Let him put in the summary of incidents and send to other departments. If the woman's a drinker, maybe she's out on the street somewhere. Megan was tired. She wanted to sleep, and her stomach rumbled unpleasantly with hunger. The girl handed her a glass of tea and a cookie. After a while, Megan fell into a shallow, disturbing dream in which she saw her mother. She was walking down an alley in the park, getting farther and farther away. The girl wanted to run after her, but her legs were cotton, not moving at all. Megan woke up when the room became very noisy. Strangers were talking about something, pulling out some papers, writing something on them. Then they took Sam and left. Don't worry, said the uniformed girl. Soon they will come for you. The girl didn't understand who was coming for her. Most of all, she was worried that Sam was not around. Her mom would scold her that she had lost her brother. In the morning, Megan was brought to the orphanage. First, she was examined by a doctor. Then some aunt took the girl by the hand and took her to the shower room, washed her and gave her clean underwear, a flannel robe and tights. Get dressed and come with me. I'll feed you, said the woman. Are you hungry? The girl nodded her head. In the spacious dining room, where the nanny led her, there were several small tables with stools. Just like our kindergarten, Megan thought. She sat down at the table, on which the nanny placed a glass of cocoa, semolina, and a bun. Eat, soon all the boys will wake up and come to breakfast. Then you'll get acquainted. The nanny stroked the girl's head, sighed another orphan. What kind of mothers are these who don't need their own children? When a bunch of children rushed into the dining room, hurriedly taking seats at the tables, Megan approached the nanny and asked, "Where's my baby brother?" "How should I know?" The woman shrugged her shoulders. "They probably took him to the orphanage. He's still very young." Megan didn't know what an orphanage was, but she knew that Sam was gone, and that made her chest feel cold, sad, and scared. Megan's 6-month-old baby brother was lying on a changing table in the office of Jessica Smith, the head of the infant home. Her assistant Clara was feeding the boy formula from a bottle. Leaning over the baby, she was saying, "Eat, sweetie, he's hungry. He's so hungry, he's yapping." I don't understand what these moms lack. Jessica Smith was indignant. How many years I've been working in an orphanage, and every time they bring such abandoned children, my heart bleeds. You don't say. He's a sweet little boy, Clara nodded her head. Blue eyes, blonde hair.
He's healthy too. The doctor said after the examination that he had no health problems, that he was developing in accordance with his age. But his mother abandoned him, and where? In the street.
You're right. She could have brought it to the institution and given it up honestly. What if something happened to the kid in the park? What a thing to leave your baby with your 5-year-old sister.
I'd sterilize those mothers, Clara, so they couldn't have any more babies. You think she'll grieve, come running and beg me to give her kids to her? No way. She'll make more children on a drunken binge and then abandon them just like that. Jessica Smith turned away from the window, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "But it may be for the best."
Clara looked at the superintendent in surprise. What good could it be? Now he would go to the orphanage, then to a boarding school, and then he would be alone in the whole world. No relatives, no loved ones. What about you and me? Jessica Smith asked, approaching Clara, who had finished feeding Sam and was changing him into a clean onesie. It's our responsibility not to let this little man be lost alone, not to be lost in the big world without support. Do you think someone will adopt him? Clara rocked Sam in her arms. The baby was peacefully sleeping. I don't think, but I know, Jessica Smith said firmly. I have a very wealthy foreign couple in mind. They have been asking for a baby for a long time. They live in Italy. They are very wealthy people, but they are not old. But that is none of our business. This boy fully fits their description. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed. They promise to pay well. And you, when they come, do not dare to say that his mother is an alcoholic. These Europeans are very suspicious. They think that if the mother drank, then the child will not do well. Just as long as they do not find the child in another institution. Let's hope so. The morning was warm and sunny. Standing on the playground next to the sandbox, Megan greeted the children. Moms and dads came through the wicket, leading their children by the hand. "Hello, Megan," they greeted the teacher, and she smiled and nodded. It was the first work week after vacation. For a whole month, the kindergarten where Megan worked was under repair, and the staff enjoyed their vacation. Now everyone was back together and life would begin again, full of children's laughter, worries, and activities with the little ones. The children missed their teacher too, and happily showed off the toys they had brought with them, though Megan didn't approve. She thought that there were enough dolls, cubes, and constructors in the group. Besides, there were often conflicts between the children because of their personal toys. "My daddy bought me a new doll," Lara said, showing her teacher a new toy. Megan remembered what had happened to the old doll that Lara had brought to the kindergarten before her vacation. The girls had ripped its head off. Oh, how hard it had been for the teacher. Because of that doll, the girls fought in the locker room. Lara even scratched her cheek, and a drop of blood appeared on the girl's skin. The principal scolded Megan like a delinquent girl. "You know who her father is. One word from him would be enough to get us all out of here and never be able to find work again." The superintendent reprimanded Megan. "You can talk him down any way you want so he doesn't complain." But they're kids, and things happen to them, the teacher tried to justify herself. Different. "But I don't even want to hear what Laura's father will say to you when you tell him that." Increasingly raising her tone, said the headmistress. "I've already called him. Soon he will arrive in his foreign car, accompanied by security guards, and we will not show a little." While waiting for the girl's parent, Megan was worried, but when he entered the group, she tried not to show any sign. "Daddy," Lara to her father, "look what they did to my doll." The man hugged his daughter, looked at her cheek. The scratch had been treated, and the girl had a band-aid on her cheek. "I'll take my daughter home," the man said. "She'll be with a nanny for a few days." Yes, of course, Megan nodded her head. She was ready to explain what had happened between the children, but the man gestured for her to stop, adding, "Don't say anything. Just imagine, if it was not a simple scratch, but a more serious injury, where would you as a caretaker go now?" "Patrick, I always say that you should not bring toys from home. The boys have constant conflicts because of them." "Shut up," the man shouted at her. "Your job is to make sure that these conflicts do not arise." Leaving the locker room with his daughter, he turned around and looked carefully at the teacher. "Today I only warned you. Please think carefully about what I said." Megan sighed and escorted the father and daughter out with a look. She was in no way afraid of this overbearing and strong man. She just put herself in his shoes and wondered what she would do if something like this happened to her child. She would probably be nervous too, maybe even swear and yell at the negligent teacher. But Megan had no children of her own. After leaving the orphanage, the girl went to teacher training school for kindergarten teacher. Megan has always loved children, constantly fiddled with the younger ones, taught them to draw, mold plasticine, braided pigtails girls in the boarding school. And the little ones reached out to her. All day long, she played with younger children, which caused ridicule peers. "Look, our Megan again in the mother-daughter game." They laughed. "Megan, adopt them." All at once, joked the older kids. And she didn't take offense, reading books to the children, carefully covering them at night if their blankets slipped, and in the morning making sure they brushed their teeth and washed their faces. Sometimes she wondered if someone else cared for her little brother the same way. Megan never forgot about Sam. She was only 5 when they were separated, but she still remembered her mother, their apartment, Ciara's drunken friends, and even her neighbor, Aunt Kate. Megan also remembered that day in the park when she had sat next to the stroller for a long time, waiting for her mother. As she grew older, she wondered more and more why her mom hadn't come back then. Maybe something had happened to her. What if she had been taken to the hospital? What if she had been attacked by bandits? There had to be some reason why Mom hadn't come back to the park for them. But with each passing year, Megan realized more and more clearly that her mother had simply abandoned them. A year before graduation from the orphanage, when the girl was 15 years old, the superintendent showed her documents, which contained scant information about the girl's mother, as well as the address where Megan and her brother used to live. It turned out that the police officers managed to track down Ciara, but immediately after that she was deprived of parental rights to both children. The woman was found drunk as a skunk on the street. She was lying near a liquor store, holding an empty bottle of vodka. Passers-by were indignant. Where did you see a drunken woman sleeping in the middle of the day on a busy street? Someone called the police, and Ciara was taken to the station.
After hearing about it, Megan decided to find her mother. The girl wanted to know where her brother was. She found the address of the barracks, which she vaguely remembered from childhood memories, went up to the second floor and knocked on the door. No one opened it. Megan knocked a few more times and then went out into the yard and sat down on a bench.
"Jesus, Megan, are you there?" She heard a cheerful call. An older woman ran up to the girl. Megan recognized her as her neighbor, who often took her to her house as a child and treated her to delicious gingerbread. She remembered how Aunt Kate had scolded her mother for drinking and going out, leaving the children alone at home hungry and unsupervised. "I'm Aunt Kate. Don't you remember me?" the woman asked, looking into the girl's face. "I do," Megan smiled. "Oh, why are you sitting here? Come to my place, let's drink tea and talk." Aunt Kate took Megan's hand. "Where is Mom?" the girl asked, and felt how strange the word mom sounded, as if she was asking not about her family, but about a complete stranger. Come, I'll tell you everything." Aunt Kate pulled her by the hand in the direction of the neighboring entrance, hugged her by the shoulders, and led her to her apartment. Nothing had changed in Aunt Kate's house. Even the furniture was in the same place and smelled the same as it did when she was a child. Megan hesitantly walked into the room and sat down on the couch. The neighbor fussed. She wanted to treat Megan to something delicious. "I'll put the kettle on," she said. In a flash, the table was filled with candy, cookies, and gingerbread, the little goodies Aunt Kate kept on hand in case she had visitors. Over tea, she began to ask the girl questions. "How are you doing, Megan? No trouble?" "I'm fine, Aunt Kate, I'm fine. I'll be out of the orphanage soon. I'm going to teacher training school." "You like kids, huh? No wonder. Sam was in your arms all the time, even though you were just a baby yourself." "Do you know where my brother is?" Megan asked with concern in her eyes. The neighbor sighed, rubbing the corner of the tablecloth. "I came to see you, Megan, at the orphanage. A long time ago, really, a couple weeks after you and Sam were taken away. They wouldn't let me in, said I wasn't related." "Thank you for your concern." Megan waited impatiently for Aunt Kate to say something about her brother. "And I tried to find Sam," the woman continued after a short pause. "He was just a baby, so they put him in an orphanage. I went there too, all the way to the head of the house, and she told me that Sam was adopted." "How am I supposed to find him?" Megan was worried. She wondered if there was any way to find him. "You can't," Aunt Kate cut off her faint hope. "If a child is adopted, all information about his new parents and where he lives is classified. Just like that, you know. I wish I could find him. He doesn't remember me at all, does he?" the girl asked. For sure, the woman nodded her head. How could a 6-month-old child remember anything? And his parents hardly know that his adopted son has a sister. And if they do, they won't tell. Why would they? "So I'll never see Sam again?" Megan was upset. "Life is long and unpredictable," the neighbor said thoughtfully. "No one can know how it will turn out and what surprises it will bring." They were silent, drinking tea and thinking about the complexity of human destinies. Finally, Aunt Kate broke the silence.
"Your mum's dead, Megan," she said sadly. "It's been a week since she was buried."
The girl looked up at her neighbor. She didn't remember her mother well, but her heart still stabbed, pinched, squeezed so tightly that it was hard to breathe. "She drank a lot," Aunt Kate continued, trying to choose her words so as not to hurt Megan's soul. Drunken friends had set fires in their apartment a few times, and the whole house was on fire. They went to the council, demanded that Grace be evicted. But no way. Megan listened to her, staring thoughtfully out the window. Maybe it was for the best that her mother had left her and Sam in the park. Megan herself was well fed and clothed, doing well in school. And Sam has parents now. I wonder if they take good care of him, if they love him like family, she thought. "Oh yes," the neighbor suddenly became alarmed. "I found the photo cards when I cleaned your apartment after your mother's death. I'll bring them to you. I kept them for myself, thinking I'd give them to you or Sam someday." Aunt Kate left the kitchen and returned a minute later, holding the black and white photos. She placed them on the table in front of the girl and sat down across from her again. Megan took the pictures carefully, gently, as if they were something very precious, very expensive. There they were, Dad, Mom, and her, and in another picture, Dad and Mom alone. Mom in a wedding dress and veil, and Dad in a suit and tie. Young and very handsome, the parents were smiling, looking very happy. And in this photo, Megan and Dad are next to the stroller Sam was sleeping in. You know what Megan, Aunt Kate said in a serious, firm voice? Go to the council, claim you're the late Ciara's daughter so you can keep the apartment. If you get out of the orphanage, where will you live? I've saved all my papers. I've got them. Our barracks is being demolished. Maybe you'll get a comfortable apartment. Thank you, Aunt Kate. Megan thanked her neighbor. I'll be sure to go. The woman went into the room and brought a cardboard folder, handed it to the girl. Here's everything. It's got documents and everything I thought you might remember. I don't know why, but I also put a fireman's badge, which was left by your father, and his certificates for excellent service. Can I have more pictures? Megan asked. Oh, come on, baby, of course you can. I saved them for you. The neighbor reached for a nail on the wall. And here are the keys to your apartment. They're spare keys. I've always kept them with me. Thank you, Megan thanked the woman again. They hugged tightly, and the girl left the apartment. Looking out the window as she walked slowly across the yard, Aunt Kate crossed her figure. God take care of you, girl. The first day of work after vacation went well. Apparently, having missed each other, the children played merrily, not even fighting. Megan also had time to have a good rest and began her duties with enthusiasm. She has a preparatory group. We need to do more to prepare the children for school. After breakfast, she repeated with the children the alphabet and numbers up to 10, and then took the children for a walk outside. While the children played, Megan and 2 other teachers from other groups talked on the sidelines. Jake. Drop that rock right now, Megan's colleague Vanessa shouted when she saw that the wiry boy had picked up a shank from the ground and was about to throw it at one of the kids. I'll put you next to me now and you'll stand punished for the whole walk. The boy put the stone on the ground and ran away. I'll turn gray with them. These are not children, but a punishment of some kind. Vanessa theatrically raised her hands to the sky. Oh, why the vacation ends so quickly? And do not say, supported her Angelina. My friend and I went to the south for 2 weeks. Girls, I'll tell you, the best place to have a great, there is no romance. The men at the resorts were swarming around us like bees. I still do not understand. Angelina, how do you manage on the salary of a kindergarten teacher in the resorts to roll? Vanessa asked. If it were not for my husband, I would be alone on these pennies long ago, starved to death. You just don't understand anything. Angelina raised her finger up moralizingly. At the resort is not money is the most important thing. Yes? I wonder what is. No, of course, you need to buy a plane ticket, book accommodation, but you can do it all in advance, so you don't have to spend your vacation money later. Angelina sighed and folded her arms on her chest. At the resort, girls, the main thing is the bow. What Vanessa didn't understand, staring at her friend and colleague. What onions? Onions. Oh, you're dark, Vanessa. Sitting with your husband in a paneled 2-bedroom, nowhere to go work, home, work, and people have long since learned to live in a new way. What's onions got to do with it? The teacher persisted. Onion means image. What image you create for yourself, so you will spend your vacation at sea. That's what you should spend your money on. Nice clothes, makeup, manicures, and rejuvenation treatments. You, by the way, both of you should go to a beautician. Without hearing Angelina, Megan and Vanessa laughed. Angelina had a very smart look when she gave advice, and she herself was still not married by her 40s. And that, without embarrassment, continued to share with her friends the secrets of winning cavaliers. I'm here before going to the resort, went to a familiar beautician, Angelina said, as if inadvertently showing a new fashionable manicure. So she advised me a beauty injection. It's just magic. Wrinkles are instantly smoothed out, as if there was never a hint of them. And where did your beautician injected you? Laughing, asked Vanessa. There, Angelina pointed her manicured finger on her forehead between her eyebrows. My friend noticed that on the forehead wrinkles appear. They really spoil the expression of the face, not to mention the fact that they give away age. And now her forehead is as smooth as a young girl's. You should have it done too. Vanessa took a small mirror out of her pocket and looked into it. There was a small crease on her forehead. The woman wrinkled her nose. then ran her hand over the wrinkle. "What did I tell you?" Angelina looked triumphant. "Soon your man will tell you that you've grown old and look like Baba Yaga." "Oh, come on." Vanessa waved away, but stopped laughing, thinking, "And you, Megan, too. It would not hurt to pierce the interbrow, because your expression always seems frowning and dissatisfied." "Oh, thank you, Angelina. I'd better refrain from it, so I don't have to walk around with facial nerve palsy," Megan said politely but knowingly. "You girls don't look after your appearance," Angelina shook her head. "Women after 40, there is nothing left but to resort to the help of specialists, because nature at this age turns to us backwards, and to the young backwards." "Don't be crazy." Angelina Vanessa was still trying to argue with her. "There is nothing more beautiful than natural beauty. Listen to you, Megan and I should have our asses tightened and our boobs made of silicone. I don't think that's going to help you." Angelina waved her hand. "After work, you rush to your husband like a horse at the races, and from Megan in general, men flee like the plague." "What's wrong with loving my husband?" Vanessa stood up, but Megan stopped the argument. A glance at her watch told her it was time to go to group. It was getting close to lunchtime. After work, Megan stopped by the supermarket. On the way back from daycare, she suddenly remembered Angelina's words for some reason. She was right about something. Megan would soon be 45, and it seemed like a lifetime, but no family, no children. She gives all her warmth to her students, and those who graduated from kindergarten probably forget about her. However, Megan had a chance to marry. While studying in pedagogical college, she met a student of medical school, future surgeon Brandon. The guy was nice, well-mannered, intelligent. Everyone said that he was waiting for a brilliant future. After graduating from the university, he was assigned to the Far East. That day, he and Megan celebrated Brandon's diploma in a small summer cafe. The guy took her hand, looked carefully into her eyes, and asked, "Will you be my wife?" Megan was confused. She liked Brandon very much. The girl was very afraid that his parents, who were also doctors, would treat her badly because she was brought up in an orphanage. But they perfectly accepted Megan. Never a word or a look did not express dissatisfaction with the choice of their son. She and Brandon had noble and necessary professions. She brought up children, and he saved people from terrible diseases. When Brandon proposed to Megan, she did not know that he had already been assigned to faraway Boston. After saying, "I'll think about it," she was almost certain she'd say yes. There was no reason for Megan to turn Brandon down. But when she heard that they were going to move to Boston, she flatly refused to even hear about marriage. Not understanding why Megan was acting this way, the young man tried to ask her what was wrong with the move. Then Megan confessed she's waiting for her brother, who was lost as a child, to grow up and return to her hometown someday. That way there's a chance they'll find each other again. And if she leaves, she'll never see Sam again. "You just don't love me," Brandon exclaimed angrily. The reason his girlfriend had given him seemed to him to be a small enough reason to destroy the union of two loving hearts. Megan did not begin to change the guy's mind to prove that she loved him. Saying sorry, she just left. Brandon tried to call her several times, but then he left and she heard nothing more about the failed fiancé. Walking out of the supermarket with full bags of groceries, she hesitated and tripped over the curb. The bags fell out of her hands. Potatoes, onions, tomatoes, sausage, and tomatoes flew across the sidewalk. All the contents of her bags ended up on the pavement. Squatting down, the woman rushed to pick up the groceries when suddenly she saw feet in polished shoes and black pants in front of her. Megan slowly lifted her head, looking up. Standing in front of her was Patrick, Lara's dad, who had had a doll broken by the girls in the group a month ago. The man sat down as well and began to gather potato tubers into a bag. "Hello, Megan," he said. "What are you doing, Patrick? Don't be." "Helping you pick up fallen groceries." "Is something wrong?" The man straightened up, holding a bag with a broken handle. "Thank you," Megan thanked him, "but I could have done it myself." "I'm sure you could," Patrick said with a smile, and she was quite timid in front of this solid, handsome man. "Are you going home?" "Yes," Megan answered quickly, then wondered why she was telling him where she was going. The woman held out her hands to take the package from Patrick, but he prevented her from doing so. "Then let me give you a ride home," the man offered politely. "Your bags are torn. It's uncomfortable to carry them. And what if you drop them again, and I'm not around?" The man's face was completely serious, even imperturbable. but his eyes sparkled with fun. Megan was completely confused, frozen in indecision, looking at the bags in Patrick's hands, then at him. Seeing that her daughter's teacher was hesitant to agree to his proposal, Patrick added, "I feel bad about that conversation. To be blunt, I feel guilty that I spoke to you so rudely when Lara's cheek was scratched. So consider my offer as a sincere apology. Let's go." He took Megan by the elbow and led her to a beautiful black car. The driver jumped out and opened the door. The woman sat down in the back seat. Through the window pane, she saw the driver take the bags from Patrick's hands and put them in the trunk.
The car moved off. Megan felt uncomfortable about taking advantage of her kindergartner's father's offer, and he seemed to see the whole thing as a fun adventure.
"How did Lara behave in kindergarten today?" he asked. "That's a strange question," Megan smiled. "Your daughter's behavior is impeccable." "I guess you just don't want to upset me." The man tilted his head slightly and looked at the teacher. "Her nanny is just a barrage of complaints about me when I come home. Lara doesn't eat her porridge well. Lara refused to sleep during the day. Lara stepped in a puddle and soaked her shoes." Patrick laughed merrily. "The porridge, the afternoon nap, and the wet shoes are minor things." Megan smiled. "Much more important, how Lara perceived her surroundings and people." "Really?" the man asked. "How does she perceive it all?" With curiosity, Megan answered confidently. "In this case, she's just studying the nanny's reaction. So she's getting an experience that fits into a simple pattern. If I do this, then this will happen. And I thought she was just messing with the nanny and testing her patience." The car pulled up in front of Megan's driveway. The driver obligingly opened the door and gave her a handshake, then pulled bags from the trunk of the car. "It was a pleasure giving you a ride," Patrick said, and shook Megan's hand. "Igor will help you carry the groceries to the apartment." Realizing that it was useless to refuse help, the woman didn't resist. "Goodbye," she said, and walked toward the elevator, feeling Lara's father's gaze on her back. Stepping out of the elevator, she opened the apartment door with her key and let the driver in. He strode resolutely into the kitchen, put the bags on the table, and, saying "have a good day," and left. Closing the door behind the guy, Megan kicked off her shoes and hung her coat on her shoulders. She looked at herself in the large mirror above the dresser in the hallway. "The wrinkle on my forehead is really noticeable." The woman thought and ran her finger along the skin between her eyebrows where a shallow crease was visible. Angelina was right. Megan wasn't doing well with men. Everything in her life seemed fine. Aunt Kate, a neighbor in the barracks, had advised her to go to the city council to apply for privatization. A few years later, the barracks was demolished, and all the residents were given apartments in a new 9-story building in a bedroom community. True, by that time Aunt Kate was already gone. Megan, who then lived in a dormitory pedagogical school, was very happy to have her own apartment. As soon as the occupancy of the apartment building began, she moved in and began to organize the apartment. Megan herself glued wallpaper, chose furniture, bought dishes. She hardly knew how to cook, as the orphanage did not teach her how to cook. So in the evening she learned recipes for different dishes, finding them on the internet. Sometimes her friends from the pedagogical school came to her, and they organized parties. Often the girls came with their boyfriends and brought friends to introduce Megan to them, but nothing much ever worked out for her with the opposite sex. After getting a job in a kindergarten, the girl generally immersed herself in the process of raising other people's children and forgot about her personal life. After Brandon's proposal to marry him, she realized that the man who would be next to her would always demand attention only to him, and Megan dreamed of finding a brother, the nearest and dearest person on earth. Her Sam. Quiet time in kindergarten was a time when the kindergartners could not only eat lunch, but also chat. So this time Vanessa, Megan, and Angelina sat down at the table and shared news.
"Yesterday I found a website with so many great cosmetics," Angelina said, munching on a cutlet. "I bought so many things, masks, balms, and rejuvenating creams."
"Good for you," said Vanessa. "Only you when you meet men. Leave your passport at work." "Why is that?" Angelina did not understand. "And that they did not find it in the year of your birth did not see. Then you know masks and injections will not help. Your young suitors will run away, shining their heels." Vanessa laughed merrily, and Megan, looking at the stretched face of Angelina, smiled. Vanessa and Angelina were always teasing each other, and it was fun to watch them bicker. By the way, you don't care what you look like, and I'm going to keep up the good work," said Angelina, fixing her hair. "Our brand has been on the market for 100 years. "That's a great slogan for you," Vanessa continued to tease her friend. "Or it could be despite 100 years of experience, I'm still functioning."
"Come on," Angelina waved her hand, pouting. The woman wanted to change the subject, so she turned to Megan.
"It's your birthday coming up, isn't it?" "Isn't it?" "You're not wrong," Angelina Vanessa said without letting Megan answer. "And not just a birthday, but an anniversary. 45, the woman is a berry again. How are we going to celebrate Megan?" "I don't think I'm going to celebrate," Megan tried to dismiss her friends. "Yeah, that's how we let your birthday get washed out." "No, we'll celebrate it properly," Angelina wagged her finger at Megan. "Why don't we go to a restaurant?" "My husband and I have not been anywhere for so long." "You forgot to add, we haven't been anywhere but the couch," Angelina interrupted Vanessa. "No restaurants. It is no longer relevant, and in general, there is boring, and there are no decent free men. And our Marinachka Vladimirovna should urgently look for a beau." Megan laughed. Too serious were the plans for her anniversary among her friends, and she had not even thought about how she would celebrate the anniversary. "Girls, but I do not want to cook anything. Fuss. Think about how to have fun. I'll buy a cake, a bottle of wine. We'll sit around when the kids are in group." "No way," Angelina squealed. "You don't want to organize anything, don't. Vanessa and I will organize everything ourselves, right?" Vanessa had no plans to organize the party. She wanted to come to the restaurant, ready to have a good evening. But Angelina's look was so convincing that she had to nod her head. "That's right. Do whatever you want," Megan agreed. She never celebrated her birthday, never invited anyone. Last year she'd bought herself a bottle of wine and brought a box of chocolates from work, donated by her co-workers. She sat at the table in the kitchen, set the pictures she'd once taken from Aunt Kate in front of her, poured the wine into a glass, drank, and sank into the thoughts that troubled her. For a long time, Megan had searched for her brother Sam on social media, but then she realized it was a pointless endeavor. If he was adopted, they could have changed his first and last name, and even his date of birth. Sam might not even know he had an older sister, and she, seeing him, wouldn't even recognize him. It had been so long since she'd seen her brother. Plus, he was just an infant, and children change as they get older. Then Megan decided to apply to a famous TV program to look for her brother. But there was no news from there for several years. On her birthday, she drank wine alone and thought that maybe Sam was just around the corner, maybe even in her town or some of the neighboring towns, and she couldn't find him. Megan was brought out of her brooding state by Angelina. She shook her by the shoulder. "Ali, wake up," enchanted. "Excuse me, girls, I've been thinking. We're asking you what to get you for your anniversary. I suggest beauty products or a certificate to a beautician, and Vanessa says money." "I don't even know," Megan replied uncertainly. "That's what I'm saying. Why do you need money? Where are you going to spend it? Your paycheck alone is enough." "There's always something to spend money on," Vanessa argued. "Oh, don't be ridiculous." Angelina waved a hand at her. "If you knew where you could spend it, you wouldn't be wearing the same boots for the 3rd year." "Well, you've got a nerve," Vanessa took offense. "Girls, stop fighting and arguing over nothing." "I don't need anything," Megan tried to reconcile her friends. "I don't need anything." But the active and active Angelina could not be stopped. "All right, let's do neither you nor me," she said to Vanessa. "Let's give Megan a gift she'll remember for the rest of her life. I have an idea." As they talked, the quiet time flew by. It was time to get the kids out of bed and serve the afternoon snack. The women went off to their groups. Megan spent the rest of the day working with the children in the group, and then took them outside. It was a nice day, and the children scattered around the grounds playing catch-up and ball. Gradually, their parents came and picked them up one by one, taking them home. When all the children had been taken away, Megan was picking up the toys left behind by the children. Suddenly, she saw Patrick, Lara's father, walking down the path. "Hello, Megan," the man greeted her. "Good evening, Patrick, and Lara has already been picked up by the nanny," said Megan, surprised that the girl's father came to the kindergarten, and even so late, when all the children were already taken away by their parents. "I know." The man stopped next to her. "I just really wanted to walk you home." "You don't have to. and it's embarrassing," Megan said. She was confused, not understanding why her father had suddenly decided to take her home. The woman looked at the road. There, behind the fence, was Patrick's car, and the driver was standing nearby, waiting for the chief. "Do not refuse. I am very pleased. And secondly, I would like to talk to you about your daughter," said the man. "It's very important to me." "Well, all right," Megan agreed. "I'll just go up to the group, get my purse, and lock the door. I'll wait for you by the car." Patrick turned and walked down the path toward the gate. When Megan approached him, he opened the car door for her. "Please have a seat." He helped Megan sit down and sat down himself. On the way out, the man asked the kindergarten teacher, "How was your day, Megan?" "Good, nothing extraordinary happened. The children are healthy, active, no one quarreled, and that's great," she replied with a smile. "What did my Lara do?" Patrick asked. "You have a wonderful, very well-mannered and smart girl," praised Megan. "That's true. I haven't had any problems with her in previous years." "I think you're giving her too much credit." "It's not my policy at all," Megan replied. "I always try to tell parents the truth about their children, although many people don't always like to get a teacher's opinion about their child." "I'm curious," the teacher's interlocutor responded enthusiastically. "Your daughter is a non-conflict, inquisitive child, but in my opinion she lacks female affection, communication." "Megan, I'm sorry to interrupt you," the man looked her in the eyes. "Let's go for a walk. It's only a couple of blocks from your house, and the weather today is so conducive to walking." Megan was surprised at the suggestion, but agreed to walk. They got out of the car and walked slowly down the sidewalk. "Let me start by saying that Lara is not my daughter," Patrick told Megan. "Then whose is it?" "My own little sister. When Lara was only a couple months old, her sister disappeared, and then she was found murdered." "That's awful," Megan said with a shrug. "Yes, it was a tragedy," Patrick replied. But Megan opened her mouth, but the man beat her to it. "Do you mean to ask why she calls me Dad?" he asked. "Actually, yes. At my sister's grave, I gave my word that I would raise Lara as my own daughter. I've never been married. I've never had children of my own. At least I don't know anything about them. I just took care of the girl, and one day she said her first word, and it was Daddy. That's when I decided, let her think I was her father." "That's an amazing story," Megan said quietly. "Looking at Lara, you'd never think she was worried or lacking affection, warmth, love. You make a wonderful father." "You think so?" They'd already reached Megan's driveway and the man stopped. He looked at her with his velvet brown eyes, and she felt as if he and Patrick had been friends for a long time. Their conversation during the short walk had been very confidential. "Megan," the man said, "I enjoyed talking to you so much. You're a wonderful, understanding, attentive person and a very beautiful woman." Megan was a little embarrassed, lowered her eyes, but felt that the words of Lara's father were pleasant to her. "I would very much like to invite you to the restaurant this Sunday. Would you mind?" Patrick looked hopefully at Megan. "We could have a nice meal, relax and socialize. Or suggest your own program, where you'd like to go." "I'll make it happen." "You know, Patrick," Megan smiled, "you don't have to go to a restaurant to socialize and eat good food." "Really? Where do you want to go?" "I'm inviting you to my house. It's my birthday on Sunday." "That's wonderful. I'm happy to accept your invitation." "Thank you." The man took her hand and touched her lips. Megan smiled, tilting her head slightly, and when he let go of her palm, she said, "See you later then?" "Goodbye, we'll definitely be at your place on Sunday." Megan headed for her driveway, and Patrick watched her for a few more minutes. He really liked this calm, a little sad, intelligent, and beautiful woman. "I should instruct my secretary to pick out the best bouquet of flowers and suggest gift options," he thought as he got into the car. The week was drawing to a close. In the evening, Vanessa and Angelina went shopping. They couldn't decide what to get their friend for her anniversary. "It has to be special," Angelina said, "so that she would remember it for the rest of her life." "Why bother?" Vanessa argued. "The main thing is to make Megan feel good." "Ugh, I don't like cliches," Angelina exclaimed, stopping. "A person should get something he doesn't have. And you then a set, then bedding, then a vase. Do you think she needs it? No, of course not, but they're all necessities. What do you think she needs? She needs a good man. That's what she needs, Angelina answered firmly. Without men, life is a bore. Vanessa looked at her friend in surprise. No, of course she had seen in various TV shows how men are packed in a big box, and then they jump out of it, like a devil from a snuff box in small panties and with a bare torso. But to give a gift like that to Megan, it never occurred to her. You want to pay for a stripper? A call boy? Vanessa asked uncertainly. Call it what you want, but I've decided Megan needs a jolt. We'll get her a man for tonight and let her figure out what to do with him. Where are we going to get him? Let's go. Angelina pulled her friend by the hand to a bench across the street from the hypermarket. Sitting down on the bench, she took out her cell phone from her purse. After searching something in it, she dialed a number. Hello, we need a boy, that is, a man for entertainment on the anniversary. How much? Are you crazy or what? Are your men made of gold? Having switched off, Angelina indignantly said, You're completely crazy. A man for the evening for the price of an eagle horse, damn. What? Did the idea fail? Vanessa gloated. Let's go, there is a great department of good, quality linens. The woman nodded toward the hypermarket. But Angelina was not the kind of person to give up at the first difficulties. Pensive, she remained silent, looking in front of her. Suddenly her gaze fell on a beggar who sat right on the ground next to the shopping center. I have an idea, she exclaimed. We'll find a man for Megan Vladimirovna right on the street. I'm stupid. They're literally lying around and we don't even notice. What do you mean? Vanessa didn't know what her friend was talking about. You see that beggar over there? Well, that's who we're bringing to the anniversary. Why, we'll pay him, and he'll go like a calf on a string. They'll do anything for any penny. Are you crazy? I think it's a bad idea, Vanessa said uncertainly. It's a good idea. Angelina got up from the bench, and with a decisive step went to the homeless man. Stopping in front of the homeless man, in front of whom lay an old, dusty hat with change, she opened her purse and gave the homeless man 100 rubles. He nodded gratefully. Thank you. Do you sit here every day? She asked, pretending that she wanted to take out another bill from a pink leather purse with rhinestones. I sit here from morning till evening, answered the homeless man. Do you want a lot of money? You want to sell my organs? The homeless man was frightened. He got ready, grabbed his hat, and scattered the money in the pockets of his dirty raincoat. He was about to run away from this well-dressed strange woman, but she stopped him. Wait, what the hell do I need your organs for? What, should I pickle them or something? Trying not to scare the homeless man, Angelina said. I suggest you go to visit a lady. She has a holiday, a birthday, you know. The homeless man looked at Angelina with empty, frightened eyes, not understanding what this beautiful woman with bright makeup on her face wanted from him.
You will congratulate her and spend the evening with her. You'll eat delicious food and drink wine, and I'll give you this much. Angelina took out 2 red $5,000 bills from her purse. 10,000 rubles for one evening. How do you like the offer?
And you won't cheat? The homeless man was still looking at Angelina with apprehension. Yes, painfully, I need to offend you. You're already out, life offended. On the contrary, you will help me, and I will help you. The homeless man nodded his head. That's good, that's the deal, Angelina rejoiced. In short, tomorrow sit here. We'll come to you with that woman over there, and then you'll get your money. You won't let me down. Shaking his head, the man sat down again on the paving stones and spread his hat in front of him. Angelina stood next to him for a while, thought, and then, shoving another 50 rubles into the homeless man's hat, walked toward Vanessa sitting on the bench. The thing is in the hat, she said triumphantly. I'm good, and that's what I had to prove. Vanessa thought her colleague's idea was crazy, reckless, and ridiculous, but Angelina couldn't be persuaded. Adventurism is always fountained in her, making her go for the most reckless and crazy deeds. However, Angelina always got out of the most difficult situations. Vanessa still remembered the story, at which all the teachers in kindergarten laughed for a long time. Whether out of boredom for fun or for some other reason, she invited 5 men to her house for a date, locked the door, and threw the key out the window. When she then told how they, until the morning, whoever they wanted, tried to win her attention, everyone died with laughter. However, when the men, quite drunk, began to fight and the situation took a dangerous turn, Angelina had to call the emergency services to break down the door and let the raging men out. On Sunday, Megan decided to sleep longer, but forgot to turn off the alarm clock on her smartphone, and it persistently notified that it was 7:30. The woman turned off the alarm clock, but she couldn't go back to sleep. She took a shower, brewed coffee, and began to think about what to prepare for the holiday table to treat her friends. Megan was also worried about what Vanessa and Angelina would think of her when they saw Patrick. She hadn't told them she'd invited Lara's dad from her group to visit. Flipping through pages of websites on the internet, she wrote out a few salads, some other simple appetizers on a piece of paper, and decided to roast some French-style meat in the oven. The woman opened the refrigerator. Yesterday she had gone shopping and bought a couple of bottles of wine. A beautiful cake was also on the shelf next to the fruit. All that was left was to prepare everything. She laid out the ingredients needed for the holiday dishes on the table, put on an apron, and started cooking. Angelina and Vanessa met in the square near the hypermarket. Angelina, as always, was in a high, excited mood. She was anticipating how Megan would be impressed by their surprise. Vanessa, on the other hand, still thought Ricky's idea was stupid. I understand, to introduce her to a good man, decent, with a normal job, but you're dragging a bum to her.
Oh, believe me, tortured men make the best husbands. At least they're grateful, like dogs picked up off the street.
I'm amazed at you, Angelina. You have an answer for everything, and it's hard to argue with you. Don't argue with me, just do as I say. Let's go. There he is. He is sitting there, little dove, waiting like a sweetheart. Angelina giggled and went towards the homeless man, who was sitting in the same place as yesterday. The man, seeing Angelina, got excited, jumped up from the paving stone, stretched out in a string. "Hello, sufferer," cheerfully greeted the homeless man. "What's your name?" "Alex," said the man. He scratched his thickly stubbled chin and bent down to pick up his hat. Take the money. Throw this junk in the trash. There's no need to carry unnecessary dirt from the street."
The homeless man obeyed and then followed the women. Angelina brought her friend and the strange beggar to her house. "Take off your shoes on the landing, because my floors are washed," she told him, "and throw off your clothes right away."
Angelina gave the homeless man a large bag to put his things in, and then led him into the hallway, looking him over from head to toe. For a minute it occurred to her that the clothes on the man were expensive, high quality, but they were very dirty and even torn in some places. The sweater had once been snow white, and the jeans had an almost obliterated but recognizable label of a famous brand on the back.
"How long have you been homeless?" she asked.
"About a month," the man answered. "I'm not from around here. I came to." "Spare me the details of your nomadic life," Angelina interrupted the homeless man. "Anyway, here's the bathroom. There's a towel, a razor, soap, shampoo, everything. Anything you might need. Go wash up and get cleaned up. Got it, Alex? Shit, is that a name or a nickname?" The man said nothing, walked through the bathroom door and locked himself inside. "Why did you lock yourself in?" Angelina shouted, laughing. "You think we're going to watch you? Yeah, we haven't seen your stuff, have we?" Vanessa poked her friend in the side. "Why are you doing this to him? He may be homeless, but he's a human being."
Angelina ignored her words and went into the room. She opened the closet and thought about what to wear as a gift for Megan.
"Well, Vanessa, shall we wrap our present in a pretty wrapper?" Angelina was having a lot of fun. Everything that was happening was an exciting adventure for her. The woman stood on a stool and pulled a large box from the mezzanine. "These are my late daddy's things," she said, nodding at the neatly folded shirts, pants, and jacket. The box even held my father's underwear. I don't know why I haven't thrown it all away. I can't bring myself to do it. From the bathroom, I heard the voice of Alex, the homeless guy. "Women, there is a robe hanging here. Can I put it on?" "Go ahead," shouted Angelina. A few seconds later, the homeless man appeared in the hallway, wearing a satin pink robe that barely covered his buttocks and did not fit over his chest. Angelina laughed, unable to contain her emotion. Vanessa smiled, saying glamorous. Alex was embarrassed. He crumpled in the doorway of the large living room, scrutinizing himself in the mirror. The women noted that after the laundering, the man looked quite decent. He looked no more than 40 years old, though at first Vanessa thought he looked about 50. Smoothly shaved with combed blonde hair. The man smelled of shampoo.
Okay, come here, Angelina called to him in a commanding tone.
The woman started pulling clothes out of the box. Socks, underwear, pants, shirt, tie, fell on the couch. "Let's try them on," she said, pulling out her father's family underwear in front of the homeless man. The man hesitated, clearly embarrassed. "Could you turn away while I'm getting dressed?" he asked, looking at his employers with an embarrassed look. "Look, Laris, the Baron are shy," Angelina laughed again, and then added, "Okay, relax, we are in the kitchen, if anything." The women left the room, leaving Alex alone with a mountain of clothes left by Angelina's late father. When the man entered the kitchen, they stared in amazement. The homeless man looked decent enough, his suit fit neatly, and his blue shirt matched the color of his eyes. "Wow," Vanessa said in surprise. "And what did I tell you?" Angelina said triumphantly, pleased with herself. "Washed, combed, dressed up. What is not a handsome man? Would you like some tea?" The homeless man did not refuse. He sat down at the table, and Angelina put in front of him a cup with fragrant tea and a couple of sandwiches on a plate. The man happily munched on a bun and sausage, drinking his tea. Finally, Angelina put the cup in the sink and said,
Stop eating, we're going to visit. There, and fatten up.
She looked at her watch and started to get ready. "We still have to pick up the flowers, let's hurry up," she said to Vanessa and Alex. Angelina was anticipating the emotions of the upcoming evening. She drew all kinds of pictures in her imagination. But most of all, she couldn't wait to see Megan's face when she found out that they had brought her a real street beggar as a gift. Vanessa thought the idea was silly, but being excited by Angelina's excitement, she decided to see what would happen. Standing on the doorstep of Megan's apartment, they shoved a bouquet of roses into the homeless man's hands. Vanessa pressed the bell button. A beautiful trill sounded, followed by footsteps. Hi, the friends shouted together when they saw a dressed-up colleague in a white collar dress with styled hair. Here we are, and not empty-handed. The guests walked into the hallway. Angelina poked Alex painfully in the side, who, confused, hesitated from foot to foot. He flinched and held out the bouquet to the birthday girl. "Happy birthday," said the man. "Thank you," Megan said, accepting the flowers and looking at her friends with a questioning look. "And this is Alex, meet Alex." Angelina chirped as if nothing had happened, kicking off her shoes and heading into the living room.
This is our surprise for you, Vanessa said. So to speak, a beau for the party.
"Come in," Alex Megan invited politely. In the center of the room stood a table covered with a tablecloth, on which plates, cutlery, and several salad bowls with appetizers were arranged. The pleasant smell of meat wafted throughout the apartment. The guests sat down at the table, and Megan put the flowers in a vase and joined them. "Alex, could you pour the wine?" she asked, handing the man a corkscrew.
He took the bottle, stared at the label, and said,
"For a holiday for such beautiful women, you need a different wine." Hey, and how did it not suit you?" Angelina giggled. "Sommelier from the heating system, damn. This wine is semi-sweet, and I feel that it smells like meat," Alex said with a serious look. "You should serve red semi-dry with meat." "Come on, pour it," he was making sense. Angelina pushed Alex with her elbow so that he would talk less. After drinking and snacking and sitting at the table for a while, the buddies said they had to go. It was part of Angelina's plan. Megan would spend the evening alone with Alex, and tomorrow at work they would announce to her that he was a regular bum. Then they'd laugh together at her friend's reaction. She might take offense, but it was a joke, after all. Angelina was sure that no one had ever received such an original gift. "Alex, will you help us get dressed?" she asked the man. He left the table and handed Angelina his coat, and she slipped 2 $5,000 bills into his pants pocket, as promised. "Behave yourself, street child." With those words to the bum, she walked out of Megan's apartment, dragging Vanessa with her. The door slammed shut and Alex stood still. "Well, what are you doing?" "Come on in, since my friends ran away so quickly, we'll celebrate together," Megan suggested. She was a little disappointed that Patrick hadn't shown up. She wanted to see the man again, but she figured he had better things to do.
Alex poured wine into glasses again, and Megan brought French meat from the kitchen.
"What's this?" the man asked. "French meat. Why the name?" "I don't know," the birthday girl shrugged. Alex gladly took a knife and fork in his hands, deftly cut a piece, and sent it to his mouth. Very tasty, but I would add Provençal herbs to it," he said. "Why?" Megan wondered. If it's French meat, there should be Provençal herbs and basil. But it was still very good. Megan scrutinized the man she was seeing for the first time. He had a strange accent and way of speaking. "Alex, aren't you from around here?" she finally asked. "A little out of town," the man answered. "What do you mean, a little?" Megan didn't understand. "I was born here, but I lived somewhere else."
"I see. You eat, eat. Don't be shy."
"I admit, I can't stop eating." Alex praised the woman's culinary skills. "Can I have more of this salad?" Sure, Megan moved the bowl closer to the man and thought that he ate a lot, as if he hadn't eaten for days, and praised the simplest salads as if he ate them for the first time. Suddenly, Alex grabbed his stomach and started to roll onto his side. "Oh, I don't feel well," he groaned. "What's wrong?" Megan jumped up to him, supporting him by the elbow, and helped him to move to the couch. "I can't breathe. I think I ate too much." Alex rolled his eyes and started rolling around on the couch. "Be patient. I'll call an ambulance." Megan ran for the phone, dialed 03, and called her address. Soon the EMTs arrived. Entering the room, they laid out an orange suitcase with medical supplies and examined the patient. "Let's unbutton the shirt," the doctor said.
Megan helped Alex undo the buttons, freed his chest from the blue fabric, and suddenly froze in place. At that moment, it seemed to her that the floor was moving out from under her feet, swaying up and down. The woman swayed, took a few steps back, and fell into a chair. Her eyes blurred and she lost consciousness.
Megan woke up to the pungent odor of ammonia. It hit her nose so hard that the woman shook her head, trying to find a stream of fresh air. "Woman, there's nothing wrong with the patient," said the paramedic, looking into the eyes of Megan, who had regained consciousness. "Why are you so worried? We gave him a pill, put him on a painkiller. He'll feel better soon. It's just that the man ate too much. And before that, he probably abstained from fatty and caloric food for a long time." Megan looked at the doctors and then at Alex, who was lying on her couch. The shirt on his chest was buttoned up. The woman escorted the doctors out and slowly, as if a ghost was in front of her, approached her guest. The man's eyes were closed. She leaned over him and carefully, so as not to disturb him, began to undo the top buttons of his shirt. Alex jerked, grabbed her arm. "What do you want? Why are you undressing me?" he shrieked fearfully. "Don't be afraid, please." Megan tried to calm him down. "Show me what's on your neck." Not understanding anything, Alex put his hand under his collar and pulled out a wooden pendant in the form of a horseshoe on an old cord. Tears appeared in Megan's eyes and slowly dripped onto the man's shirt. "Sam, is that you?" the woman whispered. She looked at her brother lying in front of her with all her eyes. She wanted to hug and hold him to her. But at that moment, the doorbell rang. Megan shuddered, stood up and went to open it. A smiling Patrick stood on the doorstep. He was holding a bouquet and a small box decorated with a bow. "Hello, Megan. Here I am, as I promised to wish you a happy birthday." With a confident step, he entered the hallway, handed the hostess the flowers and the gift. "Which way?" "This way," he asked, smoothing his hair. A bewildered Megan nodded her head. Patrick walked into the living room and saw a man lying on the couch with his shirt unbuttoned on his chest. He looked at Megan in surprise. "I seem to have come at a bad time. You could have just not opened the door, Megan." The man looked hurt, but Megan had already come to her senses and took his hand. "On the contrary, you're just in time, Patrick," she said quickly. "Remember when you confided in me that Lara wasn't your daughter? Now I want to tell you my story. You're the only one who can listen to me without emotion right now. Please sit down." Patrick reluctantly lowered himself into a chair next to the table set with festive dishes. Confused, sometimes confused, Megan told him that the man had been brought to her apartment by a friend. She'd never seen him before, but on his chest hung a pendant that was supposed to be worn by her younger brother who'd been missing for years. She pulled the exact same thing out of the sideboard and held it out to Paul. He looked at it, and then at the one on Alex's chest. "Where did you get it?" he asked the stranger. "My foster parents gave it to me. I wore it when I was brought to the orphanage in this town. Apparently it's all that's left of my real parents." "Alex, look, I have the exact same one." Megan held out her jewelry to him. "These two pendants my dad made with his own hands and gave them to my mom when he confessed his love to her. The day my mom disappeared, she put them on my brother and me and told us never to take them off. And then I went to an orphanage and lost my brother. I was only 5 years old at the time. If you have that pendant, you're my brother, my Sam." "Mamma mia," Alex exclaimed and started shouting something in Italian. The Megans Patricks looked at each other in surprise as they watched the man's excited behavior. Then he switched back to Russian. I knew I would find my sister. I believed I was not going to this city for nothing." For the next 2 hours, all three sat at the table and talked. Alex told his story. The half-year-old boy was quickly adopted by a wealthy farming couple from Italy. They loved their adopted son very much, took care of him, and even hired a woman to teach him Russian. When the boy grew up, they told him everything about his father who had died in a fire, his alcoholic mother, withheld only that Alex had a native older sister. His parents were very afraid that he would look for her and leave them alone, go to Russia. Over time, Alex got an education and began to help his parents in the vineyards. And a year ago, his foster mom and dad died in a car accident. After the funeral, the man discovered a box of papers. Going through them, he saw a piece of paper written in small handwriting. It was a letter from his adoptive mother, Louise, addressed to her son. In it, she told him that Alex had a sister, Megan, in Russia. Ever since then, his only dream was to find her. "I arrived in this city late at night, looking for a hotel," the man said. "Some driver picked me up on the street, but I didn't have any rubles and he took me to the exchange office. Before I could even get there, I got a blow on the head and blacked out. Then I woke up and some men were dragging me on the ground into the heating duct. I didn't have any money or documents on me." "I see." Patrick nodded. "You'd just been robbed." "Yes, that's right. I went to the police, but they told me to drink less alcohol. The guys who brought me in took pity on me, gave me food, treated my head wound, and then they told me I had to make money and put me in front of the mall with a hat. That's where your friends found me, Megan."
"That's incredible, Megan," Patrick exclaimed. "I thought it was your lover at first."
All three of them laughed merrily. Megan and Alex hugged each other. After 40 years, two people separated by thousands of kilometers had found each other again. "We should drink to that," said Patrick cheerfully, pouring wine into glasses. "This is the best birthday present ever," smiled Megan, holding her brother's hand. "I'm so happy for you, it brings tears to my eyes," said Patrick, taking a sip of wine. "Alex, I'm not the last man in this town. I have connections and money." Sam wanted to object, but Patrick made a warning gesture with his hand and continued. "Let me finish, please. So, I will definitely help you to restore all your documents, and then I'll help you get a job. If you want, even in my company, I need people fluent in different languages." But Alex shook his head. "Thank you, Patrick, but I'll be going back to Italy. My home is there, my vineyards, the life's work of the people who raised me and educated me. I can't just leave everything behind, and Russia is already a foreign country to me. As you know, in any case, always ask for help and just call. I will be very happy. And you should definitely come and visit me in Italy. It is a very beautiful, hospitable country." Alex answered. Patrick said goodbye to Megan and Sam, hugged both of them, even kissed them on the cheeks, completely moved by the incredible story of brother and sister. Closing the door behind him, Megan went back into the living room, pulling some pictures out of the sideboard. They hugged each other and looked at the pictures, looking at the faces of the people who had given them life many years ago. A month later, Angelina, Vanessa, and Patrick and Larochka saw Megan and Alex off on the train station platform. Vanessa had tears in her eyes, and Angelina was saying something to keep from crying. "Don't forget about us. We helped you find each other," the woman gibbered.
Patrick couldn't take his eyes off Megan, as if saying goodbye to her. She had become a close friend lately, and he liked her a lot. Taking her hand, he spoke softly.
"I will always look forward to seeing you." A loudspeaker announced the arrival of the train. Megan and Alex grabbed their suitcases and hurried to their carriage. Seeing the happy brother and sister boarding the train, the people seeing them off waved. "Dad, do you think we'll see them again?" Lara asked her father. "We will see them again," he answered, hugging his daughter. He had already planned to take advantage of Alex's invitation and go to Italy together with Lenotchka during the winter vacation. Jane was annoyed. She had a session coming up, a lot of debts to pay, not a dime to spare, and then there were the funerals. Her mother's neighbor, Aunt Clava, called and said that the funeral would be in a day. That's round-trip tickets, return tickets, and probably the cost of the arrangements if Danny or Victoria didn't take care of it. I wonder if they know yet, but to write to her brother or sister, pride wouldn't allow it. Jane decided not to go, not to spend and see the relatives with their sneers and complaints. She's studying anyway, so there's nothing for her to do there. She will come later and sit on the grave. There was no regret or longing on Jane's face. Rather, irritation with a touch of sadness from the disruption of the usual way of life. Her relationship with her mother, older brother and sister had been difficult all her life. Her mother molded her into a pretty girl, forbade her to go out and do what she liked, forced to learn lessons, help around the house, iron her school uniform from the evening. The forbidden fruit beckoned from this only stronger. She beat her stubborn daughter for her first cigarette and took away her phone when she saw her kissing a boy at the gate. Her brother called her a naughty girl, and her sister rolled her eyes and clucked her tongue. Eventually, at the age of 16, Jane, fighting with her mother over a bull, snapped and left home. She lived with a guy, finished school, then left with him 500 kilometers away in a large city. She worked for a long time, survived the breakup, but saved up for education, and only at the age of 23 she finally entered the university, when she realized the value and necessity of a diploma and an education. The girl did not maintain relations with any of her relatives. She had enough friends and colleagues. Rumors, of course, came what and how, but Jane purposefully did not look for them. Why? To be rebuked once again? No. Now, Jane did not want to sacrifice even a fraction of what she had worked hard and longed to achieve. She was studying, working, and it was unrealistic to find time for a trip, and she didn't want to be honest. They'll figure it out without me, the girl decided, and moved the outline closer. Her mother had failed to mold a decent girl out of Victoria. Unlike her straightforward younger sister, she had a cunning, dodgy character, went by the head, and was not afraid to use methods that others seemed dirty. So, without much connection or higher education, Victoria became the manager of a small travel agency by the age of 28 in the capital. She had a short haircut and generally looked very apathetic, with tattoos all over her arms, bright makeup and expressive after a visit to the beautician's face. The news of her mother's passing caught Victoria in another country, when she had just checked into a hotel with a girl. The trip was a 10-day trip. As a calculating and practical lady, Victoria calculated how much it would cost to have an unplanned return flight and a missing voucher, not to mention a ruined vacation. The decision was obvious. Stay and rest. Victoria could make it to her parents' funeral if she wished. She was in a good financial position. But principle intervened in the situation. Her son, say, "On management is not for women," her mother grumbled. "Men where business is to keep the home and hearth cozy, to keep the money. Let men earn money, it's their natural destiny. We have a different purpose." "What purpose, mother? We're not cogs in an engine. People choose what they want to be," Victoria argued. "Won't do you any good if you go against nature." Mother was adamant. "You've already gone and painted pictures, and it's time to think about your family." Victoria, in her favorite manner, rolled her eyes and sat down. Talking about family, husband, and children had been gagging her since she was in transition. Her mother's old believership pissed her off more than anything else. Inculcating humility and submission ended with the girl doing the opposite. She cut her dresses with scissors, put on jeans and aggressive outfits. Instead of cooking dishes, she chose sketches of future tattoos. Instead of romances for the sake of bouquets and moonlighting, she looked for profitable acquaintances. She knew she wanted to lead, to decide, and to get out of that box of traditional values her mother had stubbornly shoved her into. Of course, by the time she was 28, her dream had come true. Chain of useful connections brought her to the owner of a travel agency. Victoria quickly got a job there, then had an affair with a man and made it so that he reissued the business to her. Behind left a broken life of the ex-wife, a pile of fired, unwanted female employees, and a pile of gossip. But the ambitious girl did not care. Sliams are not judged. As they say, Victoria combined the leadership of the party and constant traveling. At home, she could not survive even cacti, not to mention husbands, children, and dogs. Her self-sufficient, egoistic Victoria loved unrequited only herself and did not want to sputter on anyone else. Postum quickly got rid of the suitor. To take his business was very easy from a legal point of view. Victoria visited her mother's house once a year, or even less often. She was bored at her parents' house. There was no way to manage. Danny was the only one who could hold a horde of kids at attention when his visits overlapped with Victoria's. Jane ran off with her boyfriend. That left the arguments with his mother, which was nothing new from year to year. To Barbara's chagrin, Helga began to drink and complain about her health. Victoria was eager to get out of her father's house as soon as possible, so as not to cross paths and not to listen to the old woman's complaints. Brother will sort it out himself. He's a man, and he's the eldest, decided the apathetic travel agency boss about the news. She should have gone there a long time ago. God forgive her, and she thought, a little later, but did not say it aloud so that her girlfriend would not hear. If Helga tried to make real women out of her daughters, then she brought up a real man and her son. But again, everything turned out to be a mess. Danny from a small age was forced almost everywhere to solve his own problems, to stand up for himself, and not to roar. If Victoria and Jane Mother was poor with standard feminine admonitions, then from her son she demanded firmness, hardness of character, stubbornness, and determination. This eventually bore fruit. Danny was indeed a leader in the class, the head of the class in the first in studies. But in the shadow of achievements hid callousness of heart, despotism, narcissistic style of behavior, indifference to other people's problems. He could make caustic jokes about ugly classmates who secretly counted on his interested look. Might have snarled at his sisters and his mother herself. Jane, all childhood, hid from her brother in corners when he came home in bad spirits. Did not understand before her other people's tears because of a bad grade or worldly injustice. After school, the guy went into the army and decided to become a military man for good for status and benefits. He married a shy girl from the backwoods, made a child, and by the age of 33 moved with his family to the seacoast. We could only guess what was going on at home with Danny, because his wife did not dare to say a word against him. Only a shadow in a dress looked out from behind her husband's back. It was clear that he cheated on his wife, and in general felt his complete impunity. Danny came home mostly because of some paperwork issues. He knew that his mother had started to drink, but he limited himself to rare duty calls and sending money with the words, "Go to the doctor." He regarded Victoria as a fallen woman, Jane, an outright fool and a loser, and always set himself as an example to them without listening to any arguments. As a result, when all of them were almost separated, communication was reduced first to drying the walls of the house, then to short texts on holidays, and later and completely hushed up, and everyone was satisfied with everything. The neighbor's call came at breakfast. Danny listened to the news with a stony face. He pondered what to do. The death of a relative is a valid reason, and it was certainly possible to leave the service. But first of all, it was a long way to go by airplane. Secondly, he had long ago had no warm ties with his sisters or his mother, only actual blood relation. He hadn't been back home in 2 years and hadn't bothered at all, and here was a funeral, or something akin to longing pricked Danny's heart. But it quickly faded. "Will you fly?" Shyly asked his wife, serving coffee. "No, I'll send money. They will organize themselves there." "Gee," said the man. "No." "What about the inheritance?" The wife asked again. Danny suddenly thought about it. "You're right. But we don't know if my mother left a will. And if not, then we already get the house for 3. According to the law, we don't have to break down either. Nowadays, such cases can be solved from a distance." Violet was standing by the fresh pit with a young girl at her side. Besides them, there were about 10 other people at the funeral. Neighbors, friends, and former colleagues of the deceased. They never showed up. Aunt Clava blotted her eyes with a handkerchief and adjusted the black mourning bandage on her head. "Oh, it's not Christian for children not to say goodbye to their mother. We can't make them." The girl sighed, clutching the carnations in her hand. "You're right, Barbara, you're right. Helga brought them up. She put her whole soul into it. But the children have grown up so ungrateful," Violetta complained. "Maybe at least they will visit the grave." At the modest wake, there were many kind words and tears. but not a single person asked Violetta and Barbara why none of the deceased's children were there, and they wouldn't have known what to answer since they had personally called everyone. Or rather, Barbara knew, but she had been too reverent of Helga during her lifetime and too respectful of her memory after her death to explain to each of his residents exactly what the matter was. Archie, and why are you crying, tell me? Seriously, Helga looked at her son's red face. The boy rubbed his eyes with his fist and pointed to the sandbox where another boy, a juvenile bully, was having fun with his blue brand new toy truck. And hide to you, and you're crying. You have to be a man, Helga reprimanded his son. You'll always be like this. You'll always walk around. Danny sobbed and looked at the offender, saying, don't hit first, but if you get hit, hit back. His mother admonished him, don't give yours back unless you've been asked, and said, please first. Dane sat down on the bench and his 6-year-old brain digested his mother's words. Helga watched the child but was in no hurry to return her son's toy herself. After a couple minutes, Danny stood up, walked over to the sandbox. Give me back my car, please, he asked the offender. The bully threw sand at Danny instead of answering. The boy at the same moment pounced on Nikita and firmly sealed Barbara on the back of his head with a plastic spatula. Soon a siren sounded again from the sandbox, but from a different source. A crumpled Danny in dirty shorts was proudly carrying the blue truck home. That day he realized something. That brute force works better than the word plea. At the time, his father was still living with him and was also doing his part in raising their first child. He forbade to impose on his son female duties and household chores. Said that a man should learn to earn and fight. Pots to wash and iron the laundry will be his wife. As a result, the boy didn't know how to make a bed or fry scrambled eggs at the age of 9. But he quickly realized his superiority over girls and with this position entered adulthood. His father had an accident and died when Danny was 13, Victoria was 8. And Lil Jane had just turned 2. Max was a quiet tyrant and demanded total obedience from the whole family. Helga wanted her son to respect women and be strong in spirit, but the bad influence of his father had already taken root in the boy's subconscious. Lane sound of broken dishes in the sink pulled Olga out of the pit after a night's work as a cook. She heard the noise and scolding from the kitchen. Clean up your own maid. No, shouted Victoria Yi, pointing her finger at a dirty plate on the table. That's your job, Danny shrugged and indifferently dropped the dishes on the floor. Stop it, Yi, Helga shouted at both of them. They've Victoria. Is it hard for you to clean up and help your brother? I'm not a maid to clean up after everyone. The scandalized 10-year-old put her fists at her sides. He has exams, he's studying, he's tired. Well, what are you, like a little girl? She silently picked up a plate from the floor, cleared a second one off the table, cleaned everything up, and turned around. Danny had left the kitchen with a triumphant expression on his face. Victoria breathed noisily, her nostrils flaring wide. Daughter, you're smarter, you should be softer, more flexible. Putting a hand on her shoulder, Helga said, I don't want to, Victoria objected. I don't want to be like you. She stamped her feet and fled to her room, struggling to provide for the children after her husband's death. Helga worked very hard, took more shifts, hadn't been on vacation in years, and still had her own business and garden at home. No personal life, no hobbies, no hobbies. Helga lived for her children and the desire to give them the best. Education, summer camp, clothes, goodies, toys. She bought something for herself when the previous thing wore to holes and tore. One day a woman was getting ready to go to a parent-teacher conference for her son's 11th grade class. Danny looked at his mother. Stompy shoes, a stretchy skirt with an old oil stain, a blouse, and a late 90s fashion jacket. The boy wrinkled his nose. Don't go. I'll say you've been working. He stopped the woman who was about to leave. Me. Why, son? Helga is perplexed. They'll think we're beggars. Shall we? Danny replied briefly. Don't embarrass me, Mom. The woman froze on the doorstep. She had barely gotten off work to hear about her son's progress from the teacher's mouths. Helga turned to the narrow mirror on the exit and glanced at her own reflection. In front of her stood a tired, unpleasant lady with bags under her eyes. Go get some red. Danny took his mother by the elbow. I'm not an underachiever. They won't scold me for sure. But you know, and Helga returned to the room and tears came to her eyes. When Danny left for the army, Victoria was 14 years old. She had hoped her daughters would become her helpers, but the exact opposite had happened. Victoria's transitional age began to appear early, but very clearly. It was immediately clear that her father's genes had left their mark, and here the hysterical girl closed the door on any occasion, roared, and waved her face at her mother's attempts to impute some kind of morality to her. But among her girlfriends and friends, Victoria enjoyed authority and unquestionable power. She was able to expel or punish those she did not like. "You can't do that, my daughter." Helga sighed when she listened to Victoria's boastful stories. "You'll make enemies." "Ah, yes," replied the girl. "You can't do that." "Icon, Deki. Your husband too will be so tormented, and so will run away after a week, yes." Shook her head, woman. "Who said I'd even have one?" Victoria folded her arms across her chest. "I'd say," Helga splayed her hands, "and a family. Sooner or later you'll want warmth, comfort, children to nurse. Gross. I've seen enough of you. Thank you, don't. There are more interesting things in life than washing and feeding a baby." The conversation was over. Helga had asked herself many times why the children had grown up to be opposites instead of what she had raised them to be. Instead of love, understanding, and respect in everyone, Helga saw selfishness and self-purpose. Danny remained in the contract service and enrolled as a part-time student at the university to qualify for an officer's rank in the future. He hardly ever called, and when he picked up the phone, he waved off that he didn't have time to talk. By the end of high school, Victoria was more concerned with her own appearance than with grades and exam preparation. She worked part-time at different places to get tattoos and fashionable haircuts. Helga did not know about the first for a long time. The second accepted with a stretch, calming herself with the fact that hair is not teeth and grows. And the pictures on her daughter's body she saw when it was already late. A piece of tattoo popped out from under the sleeve of her t-shirt. "Can you see them?" Victoria asked, watching her mother stare in horror at her arm. "Would you like to see the whole thing?" The girl took off part of her t-shirt. A fiery dragon in mottled colors and bright spots looked at Helga. "No, why? Why? Tell me." The woman sat down frustratedly on a stool. "My EDTH. I wanted it that way." Victoria shrugged her shoulders. "You like it?" "It's not right. You'll be seen as a slutty woman. A decent guy doesn't need a painted girl." "Mom, when you were a child, tattoos were only done in prison and by girls of easy virtue. In your youth, you had to go to school, get married, and have a baby. In your picture of the world, girls wear dresses and boys wear pants. I'm so sick of your lectures." She threw the dirty rag used to wipe the table at the wall and ran back to her room. And in the evening, Victoria ostentatiously dumped her shredded skirts and dresses on the carpet in front of her mother. "You can't make me wear this now, no matter how much you want to." She angrily kicked the pile of rags into the oven with her feet. Helga didn't argue anymore. She only hastily wiped away a tear when she saw on the pile of rags the blue dress she had bought for her daughter's graduation. Once in a while, Helga was visited by her neighbor Violetta, a vivacious grandmother who also raised 2 children on her own, tended the vegetable garden every season, and kept poultry. Victoria treated Violetta's aunt indulgently. She could treat her aunt to jam. She did not interrogate or teach her. Jane often played with the neighbor's grandchildren and took her well.
You're looking a little gaunt, Helga. It's time for you to quit this kitchen, Aunt Clava said, stirring her tea with a spoon in her mug.
So where would you quit? Helga waved her off. What are the helpers for? Here, there are 2 growing up. Violetta nodded at the pictures of the girls in frames on the wall. Helga twirled a mug in her hands and gazed at the floating teas. Clava, I think my children don't like me. She exhaled. What am I doing wrong? Oh, come on. Aunt Violetta waved her hands. All children love their parents, and yours do too. You do so much for them. A child's individuality should be embraced. His view of the world to encourage, to guide, only a little to support, and how to accept if they break their future life. In her heart, Helga banged her fist on the table so that she spilled the tea. But it's their life, and you can't protect them from all mistakes. Violetta calmed her down, helping her to wipe puddles from her knee. The world is changing, and they are changing. You teach them to accept it, but what do you do? Helga suddenly froze. The neighbor's words poked her in the soul, but it was impossible to admit it. The woman tried to be a caring mother from the position that she herself had seen in her childhood and that she thought was right. I have 2 boys. Violetta sat back down. So what do you think? They drank and smoked when they were young and went out and brought bad grades home. But now they're both handsome, both family men. They bring their grandchildren to me on weekends. Real men have grown up. The neighbor clapped her palm on the tablecloth. I scolded them, of course, in a good way, but I left the right to make mistakes. The woman continued, if you insulted your friends, you'd get a slap on the neck from them. That's how it's brought up. Only on their own skin they understand. I can't do that. Helga shook her head. Her neighbor took her hand conciliatingly. And even if you can't, the main thing is that you love them and want the best for them. They'll grow up. They'll understand later. And now let them be sarcastic. Don't take it to heart. Be above the childish antics. They need to prove themselves, spread their tails. Let them. Helga remembered her daughter's tattoo, her son's capriciousness and coldness, and could not understand how one could calmly react to such an attitude from close people, although it was exactly what the kind-hearted neighbor insisted on. A paradox, no other way. Victoria went to the capital with some Mexican, having drunk her mother's blood at the age of 18. She didn't want to study, but finished some courses in management and administration. Helga had many conversations with her daughter about the necessity of a normal education, but everything was as if she were talking against the wall. Victoria had a different opinion and stubbornly continued to tear down the standardized female image. Jane was growing up too, and at first Helga thought she was a sweet and docile child. She wasn't soulless and narcissistic like her brother. She wasn't selfish and self-centered like her sister. She helped around the house, even though she was reluctant to cook and clean. But since she was 14 years old, she had been thinking only about partying and boys. She often skipped school, went on dates, and hung around with one suitor and another. Teachers called Helga with interrogations and requests to influence her daughter, to no avail. Once Jane long tolerated the moralizing mother and then issued, "I'm young. I want to have fun. It's time for books to go moldy." Helga was shocked by this statement. While Danny and Victoria at least had goals and desires, albeit not quite up to the gold standard, Jane was close to going down a crooked path, and so it happened. One day, Helga found her daughter's pack of cigarettes in a secret pocket of her jacket. Then she burst into her room and yanked Jane right out from under the covers, sleepy. "You're smoking?" yelled Helga at her. "I don't need an ashtray at home." She grabbed her bag strap from her chair and slapped her defensive daughter on the back with it. Helga had never hit a child, except when she was a kid. She might have spanked them lightly. But here it was as if she had snapped. As if in that blow she had unleashed all her anger for the three of them on one. Helga felt a lot of anger at herself for that outburst. Her son's words about Jane, who had been a troublemaker, kept going through her mind. Then Jane didn't speak to her for 4 days. She didn't stop smoking, but she ate it better out of spite. She also stopped doing things around the house, also out of spite. She had a tomboy in her company, an 11th grader and a handsome boy of the breed that drives girls under 20 crazy. Jane was no exception and went into the affair headfirst. Michael studied poorly, but secretly drove her in her dad's car. At night taught her to pour beer without foam and always talked about some murky business with guys. Jane was impressed and dreamed of running away with her lover to the end of the world. So, in the evening, her mother caught them kissing in front of the house on her way home from work. Michael and his family Helga knew perfectly well, rarely earning a living anywhere. Father a drinker and mother a gossip. She elbowed Jane right out of her Bio's arms. "Mom, why are you always bothering me?" The daughter flared up. "You should be studying, not cuddling in corners with that bum," Helga said angrily. "I'll deal with it myself. You haven't lived your life. Let others live theirs. You'll figure it out. You'll be a walking wench." Helga felt that her voice was breaking into a croak, and her face was burning with anger and helplessness. How could anyone accept such a thing? How could one accept the deliberate desecration of one's own child's life? Helga didn't understand. Jane wanted to say something but froze. The scandal ended when Helga didn't find her daughter's things at home. Then she called her, wrote to her, asked her to come back, asked her to come to her senses. But Jane said briefly that she now lived on her own and did not need her mother, who considered her a walking wench. So the woman was left alone in the big house. And the other will say that live and be happy, offspring off the neck, but not Helga. No matter how the children treated her, it was harder to come to empty rooms. She called both Danny and Victoria, but they did not like to talk for a long time, citing their busyness. They also came rarely, and not for long. Aunt Violetta came in frequently and somehow brightened the loneliness of her mother. Helga even got a cat to keep her from being bored, but she could only listen and meal back. Soon the long work on her feet and her age, 55 years old, made themselves felt. At the examination, the woman was informed about a whole bunch of problems: varicose veins, cardiovascular diseases, joints. Gradually, Helga herself did not notice how she began to drink alcohol to brighten loneliness and drown out sad thoughts. And Klava came to Helga's house and found her asleep in the kitchen at the table. The woman roused her. Lately, Violetta was very worried about her neighbor's condition. She had become unsociable and cried all the time. Even the house began to fall into disrepair. Klava tried to visit more often, but she couldn't sit with Helga without staying with her. She was in her 70s. She jumped up, looking around, and then shamefully hiding the wine bottle behind the table. "You've had enough of living alone," Violetta said when Helga had cleaned herself up and was preparing breakfast. Who needs me? She waved me away. "Men look at young men, and I'm old already." Violetta smiled, though she meant something else. "Men are a matter of time," said the neighbor. "But I think you need an assistant and company." "My helpers are gone," Helga sighed, setting the coca down. One of Violetta's sons often supplied orphanages with things and other help from concerned compatriots. The orphans were supposed to be given apartments under a state program when they reached adulthood. But in practice, some waited years for them, and some did not get them at all. And you had to live somewhere. "There is a girl there, Violetta said. "Yeah, pretty girl, but she didn't get an apartment. She gave birth to a baby at the age of 19. Now she is wandering wherever she can. You can't live in a shelter. And you know how hard it is with kids to earn money for a rented place. I feel sorry for the girl."
I still don't understand where you're going with this, neighbor.
Helga listened attentively. "I'm saying that you should take her in with you. You could help her with household chores and she wouldn't be bored. And you'll do a good deed. You won't have to work forever. And I'd get her a job as a nanny in a kindergarten," Violetta finished. She didn't like the prospect of letting a stranger with a child into her house. But on the other hand, Violetta was right. She was already going crazy with loneliness. It couldn't get any worse. Victoria looked irritably at the mud on her new shoes, the dirt of her hometown, where she'd fallen into when she'd barely gotten out of the cab. "Sweet home," the girl muttered through gritted teeth. Victoria was not going to stay here for a long time. The next day, she already had a plane to the capital, and Barbara stayed in a hotel. She was preparing herself morally for the meeting with her relatives, her older brother and younger sister. After all, for the first time in many years, they were all to gather together in the notary's office for the announcement of her mother's will. The news of it came as a great surprise. Victoria had assumed that the house would go to the three of them in equal shares according to the law of inheritance, but not so. The girl was tormented by a bad feeling. The call with the news again took her by surprise during the return from vacation. Now there was no way to get out of it. Who knows what her mother, who was obsessed with correctness, would write in her will, and the very fact of its existence was a moderately pleasant surprise. There was nothing to do. I had to go back on board the airplane. It was not, after all, to leave all of her mother's possessions to her relatives. Victoria even thought over in her head how she could competently take away their parts of inheritance from her brother and sister. She even called familiar lawyers, who were frequent visitors in her travel agency, but they only shrugged their shoulders, saying that a closed will is a cat in a bag, and some schemes can be offered only after its announcement. The notary's office was located near the center and near the entrance. From afar, Victoria noticed a familiar figure with an army dressing. Quietly, she prepared to greet her brother. "Hi, you're still the same," she said as she approached him. "Hi, I can't say the same for you," Danny glared at his sister. He didn't like her haircut, nor the tattoos already on both arms peeking through the translucent blouse, nor the lemon-colored stiletto shoes and red pants. Victoria appreciated the look and rolled her eyes, but quickly regained her coolness and neutral expression. They exchanged short phrases about life, weather, and nature and waited for the last participant of the meeting. Surprisingly, there was almost no longing or sadness in the words of these people, only poorly concealed irritation at the need to disrupt the usual. No one even thought of going to the cemetery to say goodbye to the deceased. Probably mocking his younger sister was the only thing he and Danny had in common. Soon a cab pulled up in front of the office. A frazzled Jane jumped out of it in a hurry. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, her crumpled t-shirt poking out of her jeans. "I guess you were right," Danny whispered in Victoria's ear, eyeing her relative contemptuously. "You're late to see," Victoria said, without greeting or ceremony to her younger sister's face. No, I nudged and Jane snapped back. "But It's not my fault the bus took so long. Victoria rolled her eyes again and pushed her bangs aside. Pardon, Metty, Danny said in a whisper, already pulling open the door. Have more important things to do right now, the notary, looking like a business canary, sat everyone down in chairs. Well, first of all, my condolences for your loss. Losing a mother is a great blow. I'm sorry, Danny cut him off. But we're busy people. We don't have much time. We're busy people. We don't have much time. The notary nodded ceremoniously and asked for the testator's death certificate. Danny pulled the document out of his briefcase and handed it to him. The man ran his eyes over the papers, assured something, made a short note, and finally pulled an envelope out of his desk drawer. He showed his signature and the date on it. My mother must have felt it. The document was drawn up 6 months before she went to the next world, Victoria whispered, not addressing anyone in particular. The second envelope was also drawn up according to all the rules, with the signatures of 2 witnesses and the notary himself. In one of the signatures, Victoria recognized the hand of her neighbor Enclava.
The envelope was opened, and finally, the necessary paper lay on the notary's desk. The deceased's will was written on an ordinary yellowed sheet of paper from an old notebook, which did not fit the office and the situation. While the notary read out the text, Victoria nervously tapped her fingernails on the phone screen. She was holding a candy wrapper in her hands, and Danny was crunching his knuckles. Everyone understood the importance of the moment and waited. The notary looked up at the audience and paused expressively.
Bequeath all my property to Barbara Miller. There was such silence that a fly could be heard crawling on one of the folders on the far shelf. Then furry, take it there is no Miller here. The notary looked equally surprised at the young people, to which Victoria jumped up first from her chair. Who the hell's Miller? What the hell kind of mess is going on with your people anyway? She rushed to the table, wanting to see for herself if what she had heard was a mistake or a joke. But her mother's handwriting said exactly what she'd heard. None of the names that the 3 children Helga had put in the will has the complex signature at the bottom with its many curlicues testified. Victoria remembered from high school trying to copy it in her diary and failing miserably each time. Per se, we're not going to let it go. Danny threatened the notary, who also wanted a bigger piece of the inheritance. Yeah, sue all you want. The notary shrugged it differently. My case is done. Oh, and don't forget the copies. Under the puzzled, lost, somewhere angry looks of those present, he made 3 copies of the will, certified them, and handed them to everyone in turn. I have a son growing up. He needs a place to live too. Danny emphasized the word say, I need to invest in business. You'll earn a bed for your son yourself. I don't have an apartment at all. I live on a rented one. Jane shouted, listening to her brother and sister squabble. Both of them stared at her with such eyes that it became clear. They were ready to get rid of the third applicant for the inheritance right here. Jane squeezed her head cowardly into her shoulders. The bickering under the door of the notary's office continued. Everyone realized that a quick resolution of the case would drag on for an incomprehensible period of time and incur costs and nerves. Meet Barbara. And this is her son. Violetta introduced Helga to the girl standing modestly on the doorstep. She had a 1-year-old baby in her arms and a small plaid bag. She was poorly dressed, but she had a thick, shoulder-length, blonde braid and huge blue eyes that still held a certain childlike naivete and belief in miracles. Helga remembered how children had looked at her with those same eyes a long, long time ago. Clava nudged the hesitant girl into the room. When the guest had gone, the neighbor asked, Helga, what are you like? As if you were not your own. You're a good girl. Have I ever deceived you? It's good, Helga said. But I'm not used to it. I need to look at it more closely. Helga looked at her for a couple of weeks. At first, the conversations between the new acquaintances were awkward. Violetta, as promised, immediately arranged for the girl to work in a kindergarten. This way, she could look after her baby and earn a little money. In the house, Barbara did not manage much, only asked short questions about cleaning and other household trifles. The baby did not disturb her and was quite quiet. The awkwardness is gone thanks to His Majesty, Chance. Not again back. Barbara said loudly as she opened the door. The landlady's shoes were in their place, but she herself could not be heard. She cautiously entered the room, put the cradle with her son on the armchair, and found Helga still napping on the floor next to her. Barbara rushed over to the woman and started to bring her to her senses. Helga opened her eyes and looked around awkwardly. She had promised herself every day for the past 6 months that she would never buy wine again, never lock herself in a room and drink, until the pang of emptiness was filled. But coming back from her shift, her feet carried her to the store and her gut demanded relaxation. Helga guessed that Violetta had insisted on Barbara's move and knew about her neighbor's addiction and was worried, and everyone also realized that Helga's children didn't care about her. They are busy with their own lives and Mahum will put their mother in rehab for a little while. Helga, what are you doing? Barbara anxiously looked into the woman's eyes. Your blood pressure, your heart isn't right. And you're drinking? Helga tolerated it. The girl shamed her, justifiably though, and then the unexpected happened. The accumulated tension, longing, sadness overflowed the cup and tears spilled out. Helga buried herself in Barbara's chest and burst into tears. The girl fell into a stupor for a couple of seconds, and then embraced the woman and began to caress her back and comfort her as if she were a small child. I've always dreamed of having a big family, the landlady said while Barbara poured tea. I wanted to be a mom. I played mother-daughter all my childhood, read fairy tales about princesses. Mom did not allow to go out with boys, taught to be meek, malleable, soft, told me to take care of myself or my husband. And I looked at them and my father and thought that I would also have a warm family atmosphere and respect, a hot dinner in the evenings at a big table. But our table was small, and the apartment was only 2 rooms. Helga sniffed her nose like a schoolgirl. Barbara put the cups on the table and sat down on a stool next to her, watching her son, who was beginning to fall asleep. I always thought my husband was the pillar, the wall, but wise. That's how I lived until I met Max. I fell madly in love, but I didn't see who. Helga continued. I got pregnant with Danny, we got married, and then Max moved us here to this house. I realized I was in a fairy tale. The woman grinned and sipped from her mug. Not the fairy tale I'd read, though. I thought I was a princess, but it turned out to be Cinderella. You would know how much I crawled here on my knees, pregnant, cleaning the floors, windows, and mirrors every day. Free meals with my belly. First, second, and compote. Barbara listened without interrupting. My husband worked, got a good salary, we had enough, but he demanded perfect cleanliness and housekeeping. And I was happy to work like a horse. I loved hard. I caught rare moments of tenderness from him after reproaches for dirty tables or unpalatable cutlets. I thought it was my own fault. Then my son was born. I went into motherhood, began to raise myself, a troop. Plain bad things stick easier and faster. We all know that. And so instead of a good son grew a copy of her husband, who thought that a woman only should. Oh, his poor wife now. Poor girl. I'm so sorry for her. Helga sniffed her nose again and hastily took a napkin out of the napkin holder. It's not your fault. Barbara intervened gently. You did everything you could to make the child happy. Bad example and bad upbringing played a part. I wanted to raise my son to be a noble, kind, and just man like his grandfather, Helga explained with a sigh. It's a shame he spent so little time with his grandson and left early. If only it had been otherwise, if only it had been. My love, care, and participation were taken for granted by my husband and later by my son. I realized this many years later. I didn't see my mistakes then and made the same mistakes with my daughters. Albert dozed ridiculously in the stroller with his arms spread out. Helga got up to cover the baby with a blanket. Barbara did not disturb her. When I got pregnant, my husband demanded that I contribute to the family budget. So I ran headlong into whatever job I could get. We're a family. Although mentally, he ate me up every single day. And then I found out he was cheating. I cried to my mother, looking for support. She said that everyone is like that. Bear with it, the main thing is children. He'll go for a walk and come back. So I learned that not such a noble man was my own father. Just my mother was wise and did everything to make me see the perfect picture. It was already getting dark outside the window. A fine October rain began to cover the windows. A rooster was crowing loudly for some reason at the neighbor's house 2 houses away. Barbara wrapped the curtains and carefully took Albert into his room to put him to bed, promising that she would be back soon. When the new neighbor carefully tiptoed into the kitchen, Helga was already making tea for the second time. And I did a new stupid thing, the landlady continued. I forgave him, just like my mother said. Why, young naive? I was only 26 years old. Husband realized that he has full power over me and can, in Jane's situation, to remain unpunished. He scolded me for every speck of dust, for the laundry, for the kids' mess. And I obediently tolerated and only scolded myself, that bad hostess. bad mother, bad as a woman. And then the third pregnancy. I decided to leave, hoping for miracles once again. But no. My husband was stricter in bringing up the girls, scolded for any disobedience, even the tiny Jane. And for some reason I pushed, clogged their heads with marriage, correctness, wise femininity. Oh, if only I had realized before, if only I had realized. Helga moved her eyes to the ceiling and blinked often, stopping the tears that came to her lashes. And when my husband crashed with his mistress, as I found out later, it was as if the rope around my neck had loosened. I wondered if I should be sad and cry. No. Even though I had to work harder, I was glad, but for now only Barbara, that no one else would come to my bed from under someone else's skirt. Barbara moved closer, lightly hugging Helga, whose shoulders were shaking. I wanted so much to raise sweet, affectionate girls. But with my compulsion, I raised a selfish girl, and I realized my mistakes only when they all left. And I, aging, lonely, and none of them needed. Helga, don't be so nervous. Barbara's calm strokes on my back were soothing. All people make mistakes, but there are no mistakes that can't be corrected. You did what you knew how to do. You loved and cared for them as best you could and knew how. I'm sure it's worth talking to everyone and everything can still be saved. Oh, my dear, do you think I didn't try when consciousness overtook me? Helga sighed. I called, I wrote, I invited them to visit. They waved me off, said they were busy. The only thing I achieved was a couple of meetings with my grandson and money for medicines and I decided to go to myself, but they stopped me. I put up with it, tried to understand, tried to justify them, but I knew I was fooling myself. I was burning with this feeling of helplessness in front of those I had created. I broke down. Yes, I started drinking. It's the only way I can dull for a while the pain of not being needed by my children. You spent your whole life giving yourself and your joy to your husband, your children strangers. Have you ever been truly happy? Barbara asked cautiously. I don't remember. The woman was silent for a long time before answering. I was happy for my son's grades, for my husband's success, for the fact that the children ate well and didn't get sick. That's not it, Barbara said. Although, as a mom, I understand you, I am also happy when Albert eats and sleeps well, but this is different. When you were happy for yourself, were you inwardly, sincerely happy? This time Helga was silent for a long time, trying to search for such a long-forgotten feeling in her memory. And she found it only in childhood, when her mother brought her a small kitten from work. Helga played with it for a long time, cherished and stroked the animal. I think I have long forgotten what it is. She answered quietly. Many people forget, but it is very important to keep the ability to be happy at any age. Barbara smiled. Let's learn again. Me, come on. Surely the neighbor knows who this Barbara is, Victoria reasoned, sitting in the cab, once again cursing at the lack of asphalt and the dirt of her hometown. When the fervor for arguing at the notary's office wore off, the trio decided to go to Anna's house. She called with the sad news she was also a frequent visitor to her mother, and her signature was on the envelope with the will. Victoria, Jane, and Danny agreed that it was her they should ask first. There wasn't much time. Everyone had business to attend to in town. I wanted to resolve the difficulties as quickly as possible. But that was not the case. Not only that the situation became tense, but also periodic jokes and sarcastic clues to each other added fuel to the fire. They caught the neighbor at home. Victoria, without ceremony, was beating her fist right through the wicket, and Violetta came out. "Hello, hello." She greeted the unexpected guest in a childish way. And I've been waiting, wondering when you'll show up, you shameless people." "Violetta, let's not be moralistic." Victoria grumbled and tried to go through the gate. Aunt Clava put aside her club and threatened the girl. "You have no conscience at all for not coming to your mother's funeral. And you opened 2 wills, and then you came galloping in." The neighbor continued to reprimand the brother and sisters standing by the fence. "It's the law." Danny couldn't stand it and raised his voice. "You've grown up. You have epaulets on your shoulders, but you've never become a man." Danny opened his mouth in amazement. They remembered the neighbor as God's dandelion, who never said a rude word, brought them sweets and candies. "Let's put down what you think of us. Answer one question of ours and we will never see each other again," said Victoria. Suddenly, a girl peeked out of the kitchen window of a house which overlooked the wicket range. "And Violetta, what's all the shouting? It's all right. Go and put Albert to bed. I'll be right then," the neighbor replied. Victoria's eyebrows went up by themselves. Just a moment. But it was too late. Aunt Violetta slammed the wicket door shut with a vigor unprecedented for an elderly woman. There was a squeal from Jane, whose fingers had been nailed, followed immediately by Danny's swearing. Lances with the company realized that no one else was going to talk to them here. Their mother's pig-headed attitude played its part. Victoria and Danny took some documents and things from their once home, and then all three of them left for their own cities. Nah. Here you go. Barbara, smiling radiantly, handed Helga a cotton candy on a stick. And the woman was so confused as she looked at both of them on her day off. A small circus was performing in the local park, and Barbara, under the pretext of going for a walk with Albert, dragged Olga out to go there. Me. Let's go, let's go. She jokingly hurried Helga, already on the threshold. In the last warm days of October, it is simply a crime to stay at home. The woman hesitated at first, but then she agreed. Helga caught herself thinking that it had been a long time since she had taken a walk like that, or her routes were calibrated for a specific purpose. Work, home, store, hospital. She had somehow forgotten that you could just wander aimlessly for fun chatting with someone and not looking at your watch all the time. Huge maples were dropping a carpet of leaves on the sidewalk. Birch trees were swaying their soft branches, where, like a scattering of coins, the leaves were turning golden. In the flower beds, late velvets and dahlias bloomed with a shaggy pom-pom, and only the fir trees stood unperturbed in green patches among the October orange-red palette. Helga even admired the landscape, breathing in the still warm but already damp air soaked with autumn dampness. She remembered long-forgotten feelings of calm, joy, silent, quiet delight, when vanity seemed to be wiped away like dirt from glass. "Did you enjoy the performance?" Barbara asked. "Yes. I haven't been to a circus in probably 20 years, Guy admitted. Never thought I could go to a circus without a reason and without my children. Many things are fun to do without an occasion." Barbara supported her, fixing Albert's cap. "Whoever said you need an occasion to have fun?" Helga looked at her either with respect or with sudden insight. "You know, Barbara, you're not at all what I thought you were," she admitted. The girl laughed. "What did you expect? A sissy, but with a strong character." "Well, not exactly." Helga faltered awkwardly. The question had stumped her. Barbara wiped the baby's applesauce-smeared hands, put him back in the stroller, and said, "I went to the orphanage as an adult. At the age of 12, I already knew what it was to starve, what it was to hide from a drunken father in the basement. I learned to appreciate joyful moments. And in the shelter, she realized that if you cry all the time, you can go crazy." Helga listened eagerly to her companion. It was amazing how Barbara's appearance did not match her strong core inside. However, it was carefully hidden from prying eyes. "And then I thought, why do we only rejoice on holidays? I mean, why do we do that? Gifts, surprises. Why are we trapped in this stereotype?" Barbara continued. "I started to break it as best I could. First, I made paper cranes for all the children in the orphanage, and then I figured out how to sew beautiful outfits from the things that were donated to us. We even organized a fashion show once." Helga laughed. She was surprised at how much fortitude and courage to appear different was in this fragile girl. "I liked what I was doing, and I saw that joyful moments are very much needed all around, from small to great. The students reached out to me, and of course someone fell in love with me," Barbara sighed. "It was a spontaneous feeling, an impulse inspired by my idea of joy in the midst of grayness. But now I have this bell." She patted Albert affectionately on the top of his head. But all is never well." She glanced meaningfully at Olga. "And when I turned 18, I found myself with a baby outside the orphanage. They wanted to leave him there, but I didn't allow it. I didn't wait for an apartment, and somehow rented a room in a communal house on my cleaning lady's salary and child allowance. That's how I fully realized how important it is to be happy that you just live, and perhaps help others to live." "Did you go to work with children?" Helga suddenly guessed. "Yes," Barbara nodded. "Children still know how to enjoy the little things. In adults, everything is drowned in routine, in some stereotypes and invented frameworks. We drive ourselves into a cage where there is nothing but vanity, problems, and fears. There are very few people who in adulthood can genuinely rejoice and see the beautiful things around them." She threw her scythe and pointed with her hand to a woodpecker on the trunk of one of the maples. Helga also noticed the red-backed bird, which was busily hopping along the bark. "You have welcomed me into your home. You have been kind, and I want very much to help you enjoy life again," Barbara said. "And you're starting to be good at it." Helga hugged the girl. hiding her wet eyes from her. It had been a month since that conversation in the kitchen that evening. Helga had forgotten the last time she'd had a drink. Her house felt cozy and bright again, in a way it probably never had been before. Maybe because both women needed this coziness and both tried to maintain it. Evenings were spent in conversation over fragrant tea or in walks. Barbara told Helga about everything. The woman was amazed at how broad the girl's horizons were and how much she had missed in her life. One day, the company wandered into the evening park again, and some guy gave both of them a rose. Helga was so embarrassed that she didn't know where to put the flower. She finally wanted to go home in the evening, cook something delicious, play with Albert, listen to Barbara. It was amazing how dear this girl, a stranger by blood, had become to her. And Klava sometimes came to visit and watched more and more how Helga had revitalized, how her cheeks were flushed and her eyes had the sense to live. It was as if Helga had gained a daughter and a grandson during this time, and there was no talk of rightness or marriage. How easy it turned out to be to accept a person with his special views and experience. And even if Barbara cooked soup differently, cut bread thickly, and washed floors the old-fashioned way, squatting, Helga no longer wanted to argue, to correct, to teach. And it was not indifferent humility, but the very acceptance she had always imposed on her daughters, imposing what she herself did not understand. One day at lunchtime, two men in overalls knocked on the gate of Helga's house. The landlady came out, looking behind the gate in surprise. Barbara was putting Albert down for his afternoon nap. Hello, we're with the utility. We're checking the wiring for meter connections. They introduced themselves and shoved some form under Helga's nose, which she didn't have time to look at. Everything is legal. She stretched out in confusion. If it's legal, we'll check the wear and tear of the wires. What if you have a leaky roof? The risk of fire due to a short circuit is important. One of the guests raised a finger and very determinedly put his foot in the yard. All right. The woman stepped aside, allowing the worker to pass. The repairman began to inspect the wires and their location, then looked at the pole with serious faces, scratched the back of their heads, wrinkled their brows, and as a result they said, "You have one wire here that is not connected to the meter." "Yeah, and the coating on it's worn off. We should cut it off and see if there's any sign of a short circuit." "I don't think there's any shorts. The TV works. The bulbs are intact." Helga shrugged. "You can tell the firemen the same thing later," one of the men told her indifferently. The woman had no choice but to let the workers into the house, and they started to make a lot of activity. They began to climb along the sockets, picking at the plafond, looking into the switchboard, studying how the wires were laid, and they didn't even take off their dirty shoes. Helga only sighed. 10 minutes later, one of the workers came to her again, and with a sorrowful face said, "Mistress, there was a leak in the ceiling near the switchboard, and the outlets are not grounded. You need to repair, or it will strike, especially in the rain, and that's it." He even made scary eyes to convince me. "How can it be? How many years I've lived and everything is calm." Helga only splashed out with her hands. "So many years you live, and it will happen tomorrow." Continued to scare her interlocutor. Suddenly, his partner came out of the corridor, and Barbara came out with a telephone in one hand and a heavy glass carafe in the other. "We don't need to change anything," she said sternly, shaking the chart. "We didn't call anyone. No. What are you doing, girl?" "We came to fix the malfunctions," waved his hands at the man in blue overalls. "Or troubleshooting that you just made up yourself. Get out of here, or do I call the police?" Barbara showed the dialed number on the screen. The men put their heads back into their shoulders and looked at each other apprehensively. Helga was dumbfounded, but her hand instinctively rested on the table, where the old ladle she had recently used to pour soup for lunch was nearby. These, so to speak, electricians came without tools, without papers, and with a piece of paper from the internet. Call and have them picked up. After these words, the men rushed out of the house, so much so that they almost took the door. Helga only had time to hear from the yard through the window, "You said it was a woman living alone." Dear, when her heart calmed down and her breathing became steady again, Helga was already sitting at the table waiting for Barbara to put a sedative in her glass. "How did you realize they had come?" she asked the girl. "I saw and heard from the window how you let them in, and I noticed at once that they came without tools. Electricians don't just walk around like that, and they won't come unless you call them." Barbara was watching the drops on the neck of the vial, and then one of them dropped the paper they were shoving in your face, and then it was clear. She set the glass in front of Helga, pulled a crumpled piece of paper out of her pocket. It was a crookedly scanned installation permit from 3 years ago. "Oh," the woman sighed. "What would I have done without you?" Obviously would have been left with no savings, that Barbara answered bluntly. But everything turned out fine. But let's change the locks on the gate and the door. You never know. Relations with the women became almost kin to each other. Barbara made friends from the young staff of the kindergarten. She sometimes asked Olga to babysit her son while she took time to go to the hairdressers or to buy some small things. Helga was only happy to take care of Albert. She even thought of him as her grandson. How different these happy moments were from the few miserable hours she was allowed to spend with her blood grandson. Danny and his wife were always criticizing her for everything and literally ripping the child out of her arms. It was different with Albert. He happily assembled with Helga-colored pyramids of rings, threw cubes and balls, learned to walk, supported by a caring woman. Barbara sometimes came and watched from around the corner how reverently Helga treated her son. Everyone understood everything, and everyone needed it. One evening, the girl came into the kitchen to take the baby from the landlady and noticed a slight sadness on her face. "No. What's wrong?" Barbara asked worriedly. "My heart aches for my own children," Helga sighed. "I wish we could communicate with them the way we do with you, about everything in the world, at least on the phone. They haven't called or written to me in 6 months. Jane ignores me completely." Barbara thought about it. "I think you can try to mend your relationship with your children. It just takes patience. I've put up with an overbearing husband my whole life. I'm sure I have enough patience." Helga looked at the girl seriously, her to take the phone in her hands and write to her children. These thoughts caused a stupor in the woman and the fear of a new rejection of contact. It was so strange. She both wanted and feared it. And then Helga pushed the heavy thoughts out with an effort and began to remember the fall walk in the park and after the circus show. She imagined going there with Victoria or Jane. Finally, having tuned in enough, Helga dialed her eldest daughter's cell phone. "Hello." Victoria's voice came through after a series of long beeps. "Hello, Victoria." ESC. Helga exhaled, gathering her strength. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine." "Why are you calling?" Her daughter's voice became suspicious. "Do you want me to send money for the doctor or something?" "Hey, no, daughter. I just want to talk to you." "Well, you talk. I'm listening." Agreed on the other end of the line. Something rustled in the phone. A knowledgeable person would have immediately realized that the call was put on speakerphone. "Victoria, you and I have never understood each other," Helga began. "It's probably my fault. I imposed what I was unhappy with without realizing it. Please forgive me, but now I realize my mistake and I want to know how you live and breathe. I want us to be able to talk like girlfriends and not hold a grudge. Are you okay with that?" There were clicks, distant mumbling, rustling. "Why are you talking to your girlfriends?" Victoria's voice came from somewhere, as if from far away. "Did Aunt Violetta come or what?" Then it became clear that the girl is settling some work issues on another phone. "Yes, we're chatting." Helga's lips quivered. "Bye, daughter." She pressed the cancel button and cried, covering her face. Barbara rushed to comfort the poor woman, but she sobbed like a wounded animal. "Oh, I'm an old fool." And Helga scolded herself through her sobs, hoping for a miracle. "Who needs me with my morals?" "I do. Let's try again." Helga looked at her dejectedly, smearing her tears. A little later. "Yes?" Barbara corrected herself, nodding cautiously. The disappointment and sadness left Olga alone only by evening. She realized that one attempt was not enough, that more would be needed, and already the first one had cut her soul with a knife. It was even scary to call Danny. He was the most callous and cold-blooded of all three. The woman didn't even know what words to choose for such an important conversation with her son. Only Barbara's closeness, her support, sincerity, and participation gave Helga strength and determination. Danny picked up the phone immediately. Unlike Victoria, his clear, service-trained flesh went through the house even from the tiny speaker. "Hello, son." Helga began. "I wanted to." "Mom." "Hurry up," Danny interrupted her irritably. "I've got things to do." "What's up?" Nothing. The woman let her eyes droop sadly. "I won't bother you then." "Yeah, go ahead," came from the other end. "We'll try again later. We can't give up." Barbara comfortingly took Helga's hands in the palm of her hand. The woman was no longer crying after the second call, but there was a look of detachment in her eyes. "Barbara, I don't think it's any use. They're adults. and they've gotten used to ignoring me so long ago that it's too late to re-educate them. And your youngest, Jane? She's a little older than me. Barbara wondered. I don't know her contacts on, Olga said, embarrassed. She blocked me everywhere after the fight. I only know that she lives in the city and is studying. Well, at least some channel of communication should have been left. Barbara wouldn't stop. Suddenly, Helga jumped up and, muttering something, hurried into the room. She rummaged through the dresser for a long time, then pulled out a dusty diary. Among the recipes, notes on how to properly wash cotton, and phone numbers, the woman found her daughter's email address. She had used this address once, in high school. How did I not remember before? It's better than nothing, Barbara approved. We'll think of something to write tonight. In the meantime, maybe we'll have ice cream. Ice cream in December. Helga smiled. Why not? Barbara winked at her. Who says you can't? The mood would immediately become better. Just what the doctor ordered on such a gloomy day. With these words, the girl went to the freezer for a briquette of plombier. Helga watched. She realized that Barbara was trying her best to keep her spirits up, but her motherly heart would still ache. Even though she'd become like her own daughter, she couldn't undo the mistakes of the past alone. It's amazing how sometimes common troubles can draw even sworn enemies together and reconcile them. After returning to their respective towns, Victoria, Jane and Danny started a general chat room where they discussed their contested will. It took a couple weeks to figure out Barbara's identity and get the story from the outside. With a squeak, the company agreed to split the inheritance evenly between the three of them. Nevertheless, Victoria pestered the lawyer with inquiries about how to legally competent to pull off more. The poor boy was already regretting that he had tangled with her and mentally cursed all the gods who had once invented the court and inheritance. It's interesting, answered Danny, some left-handed wench with a child living on the dole. For a year, and she's had her mommy described to her for it. What kind of a ride of unprecedented generosity is that? Like NK, I live like that too, and suddenly in a year or two with an apartment. Jane finished. Victoria clicked her pen irritably. The situation pissed her off. The world of tranquility, dimensionality, stable income, partying and vacations shook because of this idiotic will. Now by the efforts of her mom, it is necessary to fuss, spend money. Yes, relatives know how to put a pig under the door, she stretched under her breath. Communication with her brother and sister was annoying. Danny with the baby, Jane with the lack of a place to live. Barbara and Albert had gone to daycare, and Helga had just returned from a night shift as a cook. For weeks the woman had been plagued by vague premonitions. She had been thinking for a long time, deciding, calculating something in her mind, weighing it up, but Barbara had said nothing. With the woman shuddered, thought it over a few more times, and went to her neighbor. Violetta, I want to write a will, she blurted out, sitting down in front of her. No, God be with you, Helga. Aunt Clava waved her hands. Are you going to die? I have a premonition. I feel that I must do it now. When Aunt Clava stopped yapping about the neighbor's statement, she clarified. No, I've been planning for a long time, but I think I'm doing the right thing. When? Well, so you need to call a notary if you're thinking about it. Yes, without him the procedure can't be done. Helga confirmed. Most of the women called the notary's office and made an appointment. The notary said that 2 witnesses would be needed. Don't tell Barbara, please, Helga asked her neighbor before leaving. Like so, I thought we were going to use her as a second witness. The neighbor splashed her hands. Helga shook her head. We can't have her. We can't have her, Fada thought. Tay have a son coming in those days. Maybe him. Helga nodded in agreement, said goodbye to her neighbor, and went home with a slightly relieved heart. And the day before, she had spent a long time composing something else. An email to her youngest daughter, and had written a lot of pages. Using Barbara, she created herself a mailbox and slowly retyped the text onto the selection. It had been a week since it had been sent, but the inbox was just as sad and empty. Barbara had said that sooner or later her daughter would reply something, a single word. Helga tried to believe. She generally tried to notice more good things around her. It became an acute, daily necessity on the way to get rid of the colossal feelings of guilt and resentment towards herself, her children, and life. And at times Helga felt she was succeeding. In the polyotestrisha, in the gleam of the sun, in the warmth of a mug of fragrant tea passed from hand to hand, she gathered the grains of her medicine. And next to her was the one who always supported and protected the fragility of her recovering soul. Victoria enlisted all her connections and hired the best lawyer available to challenge her mother's will as soon as possible. It took several months, but the girl achieved her goal. The court confirmed that, as direct heirs of the first term, the native children of the deceased, the three of them, Victoria, Danny, and Jane, have legal rights to receive all the property of the mother. However, the second part of the plan could not be realized. The inheritance was awarded equally to each, and nothing. Victoria rubbed her hands together as she left the courtroom. We'll do our own thing here. That's what the bossy travel agency boss used to do when legal methods were exhausted. Couple of conversations. Hit the right pain points. Intimidate, gather dirt. What difference does it make how she gets what she wants? Danny and Jane didn't show up at the trial. The former cited duty, the latter the cost to travel. Victoria alone represented the interests of the three, although the interest here was rather entirely hers, and the relatives were notified of the entry into the inheritance by registered letters from the lawyer. He fought over the ways of action. How to force the fool's brother and sister to sell the mother's property as soon as possible so as to hide from them a part of the income from the transaction. Victoria's plans were Napoleonic. She had long yearned to open a second branch of the agency, to exchange her one bedroom for a two-bedroom closer to the center and, of course, to go to the United States. Unfair division of money, unfavorable relatives. Victoria did not care. What was to say about a strange girl with a strange child? Neither Barbara nor Aunt Clava were present at the trial. The elderly woman and the young mother had no opportunity to go to the capital, although they knew what was going on. Barbara was stunned when she learned that Helga had left her all her property. The girl was very confused. She experienced two shocks in a month, first from Helga's death, then from her will. The woman passed away in her sleep. She had a heart attack. Barbara found her on her bed when she returned from work. It was 2 months after the will had been written. Helga sensed and was not wrong, unfortunately. Jane's soul was warmed by the news that Victoria had contested the will, and now the three of them were the rightful owners of the house, land, and garage. Jane was tempted to look for a cozy apartment in the suburbs. She was already dreaming about moving there, what kind of repairs she would make, what kind of sofa she would buy. All the farthest school folders of the laptop were dug through and through. Nothing could be found through the system search either. Jane was already nervous, imagining a sleepless night of preparing essays, but her memory obligingly suggested that she had sent her work to the teacher's mailbox in the 10th grade. She had to remember the password to a long, unused mailbox. After a lot of manipulation, Jane managed to log into the account. She began to scroll through her inbox with interest. Mostly they were advertising offers, letters from some sad scammers, archival photos with her classmates. Stop. What is it? Suddenly, a letter from an unfamiliar address caught Jane's eye. It was strikingly different from everything else that had accumulated in her email box for so many years. And the letter was not so old. It had been sent a little less than 8 months ago. My eyes ran along the lines, indifferently at first, but with each word I read, interest, anxiety, embarrassment, realization, and shame grew like a snowball. My daughter, how are you there? I don't know whether you will read my letter or not, but still I hope for the former. I want to ask your forgiveness for everything from beginning to end, for the upbringing you disagreed with, for my desire to mold you into a copy of myself and condemn you to the same torment, for not paying attention to your inner world, and for the abyss that separated us that evening at the courtyard, turning into years of silence and coldness. I hope you'll forgive me. I didn't realize my mistakes until years later. But I don't blame any of you three. You grew up to be who you grew up to be, and I'm still secretly proud of you all. But we've made so many mistakes. Resentments, misunderstandings, harshness, rudeness have divided us all as if we were strangers. How many of your happy moments I missed and didn't see, for which I now blame myself terribly. I wouldn't have dared to write to you, my daughter, if I hadn't had help. I met a girl who opened my eyes and showed me what I'd been depriving myself of all the years of your childhood. I finally have the strength to admit it. I realize I'm asking the impossible, but let's try to become just a little closer as family people. I hope with all my heart for a speedy reply. Your mom, Helga. Jane read out the letter. Her lips jumped, her shoulders shook. She threw herself back in her chair and burst into tears. These pure and sincere words of her mother burned out all the years of resentment from Jane's soul. That night, the girl did not sleep. She forgot about the essay, about her studies. She forgot that she had to go to her classes the next day. Jane sat on the floor of the room against the wall until morning, hugging a small plush toy she had brought from home many years ago. It had been given to her by her mother for September 1. The toy had been gathering dust under the couch in a bag for years. But today, Jane found it. At dawn, Plush was wet with tears, his eyes swollen. Barely a clock showed. Jane realized it was time, or rather, it was already time. She frantically flipped through the phone book, looking for Enclava's number. Having found it, the girl called the elderly woman, apologized repeatedly and with difficulty, but got Barbara's phone number from her. Her fingers twitched. Jane exhaled, hastily wiped a tear with the palm of her hand, and dialed the numbers. "Hello, Barbara. You don't know me, but we need to talk. My name is Jane. I am Helga's youngest daughter, and I want to give you my share of the inheritance."